Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on a midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song. In the old neighborhood, as the clock strikes one, the memory lives just as it stood, like a quiet dream.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to another edition of the Afridamus Report. If you are new here, please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And I want to welcome you to the weekend show. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to keep you updated on what is happening in Africa. But before we get into that, I want to give a little talk on, I understand many people are excited. They're happy. They're like, yeah, look at it. These people are standing up. But, this is a team sport. It is a team sport. So, guys, give me a second here. Let me see. The live chat is not available. Why is that? Guys, can post comment to some destinations. Let me see here. Okay, give me a moment. Let me fix this. Everything looks good. Guys, just a moment here. I don't know why it's not posting. Just a moment. Let me try to fix this in real life. That's weird. I have not changed anything. Guys, can you try to post something? Let me see if that's working here. Give me a moment. Let me look at the live chats. Guys, remember it's a one-man show, so be patient with me here because we cannot have the show without people chatting. Let's see. Okay, here. Why isn't this letting me do anything? Okay, here we go. No. Okay. Guys, can you try to do a live chat? Let me see if it works now. Okay. The live chat should be up. How are we looking, guys? Can you try to comment? Let me see. Some comments won't get to. Man, what the? Okay. Let's see. Guys, give me a. Oh, there you are. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. It's working. Guys, sorry about that technical difficulty. But let's get back to the show here. I almost exited so I can come back and redo it, but I'm glad everything is working. Just see Black Mike. Welcome to the Afridamus Report. Ladies and gentlemen, let us talk about what is happening in Africa. But like I was saying, it is a team sport. People can come online, people can say to each other, such and such person is not better than me, or these people are not smarter than us. But now let us go to, Africans as a group, right? Because we are revisiting a situation that's happened many years ago. Oh, there goes Kaizo said African IQ. Hey, Kaizo, nothing changed actually. It looks like this time the African IQ is on top of it. The white man, I don't know what they did. So if we look at it, we are revisiting the same situation. The same situation. What do I mean by that? We say in 1884, the Europeans got together, right, and decided that they are going to partition Africa amongst each other. And many people would say, since then, that was the downfall and demise of Africa. Fine, I agree. We can go with that argument. The Africans weren't aware. They did not know these people planned. I've done it on my shows. But now, fine, if somebody cuts you off guard, it's proven after a few years, something is wrong somewhere. Because now that you realize you're being conquered, you're being ruled, we are aware. How come many places could not come as a group to counter this? The white man put the groups together. The groups cannot get along. These coups that we are seeing, especially like, let's say in Gabon, the latest one, this is a family affair. And I would do a show on this. We have, like for example, in Niger, people are uniting against a force. The French, the French are seen as the evil force. They are united. And we've seen this time and time again. Is it the only time Africans, maybe as a group, the only time Africans come together is you have to show them an enemy that looks different from them. But when that enemy doesn't exist, they go back to fighting each other. And Africans do not fight in a smart way. I was thinking about this earlier. I said, we're seeing waves and waves of coups in Africa. Why are we seeing these waves of coups? Is it going to be different this time around? This is what the topic is about. Is the African more aware today than the African was yesterday? This still has to be, it's debatable. It's easier if we meet here online. Many of us have the ability and the understanding to research some of these things. But what if the general population on the ground? Think about that. Your interaction with them. Even you here who's from there. Some of you, if you truly interact with people back in Africa, they don't know generally. Not all. Some are going to come and say, oh, you talking about our people, but I'm talking about generally, in general. Your average African, I've been noticing, I thought it was only in my country, in Gambia, but mostly your average African, it's hard to explain instructions to them, simple instructions, they cannot take it. They would pretend to know. Their understanding seem to be much lower than, what you need to get people going to where they're going. So I'm thinking all this fight kicking the white people out, it's easy to look at some of these people and say they are the tap dancers, they are the sellouts. What if the people we call the sellouts are in fact the smart ones? But they became selfish. They took advantage. They're like, look, you can't redeem these people. And they continue to treat the people that way. What, I'm just bringing you the other side of the, argument. Because there's no way for a group of people or anyone to be able to deceive a group of people for this long if the people they are deceiving, if there's nothing wrong with their thinking, their mindset. Maybe the few that wake up, those are the ones we see that get deleted. But it's not a whole lot of masses waking up and actually understanding what this quote-unquote revolution is about. What this fight is about. Why is France insisting to not leave Niger? Yes, many might attack them based in anger, but the average African, the average black, do they understand that this is economic warfare? Because you see, the average African, I would start there, doesn't have they don't think about tomorrow. They are not as keen. They don't have vision. They are more about simple desires. I want to fill my belly. I want to go to sit down. Some are into bleaching their skins. For some of the women, they can, as long as they have Brazilian hair, they are fine. You have, look at even the people in government. What do they do? Simple things. They are into buying vehicles, they're into trinkets. So anything that requires real thinking, anything that requires to elevate and change the lives of the people, to improve the lives of the people, they are not interested in it. Most Africans, not all, but most, they would rather beg than work for their own living. Yes, I get it. People might be like, oh yeah, I don't have X, Y, and Z, but the land that you are on, you are not restricted. Nobody's stopping you from throwing seeds into the soil. In fact, I just discovered not long. We like to say the government, those are the corrupt people. But these governments are the representation of the society they are in. Is it possible? Just is it possible? These people we call in sellouts, tap dancers, they started out as having great vision, ideology. But every step of the way, they find out the Africans are their own worst enemy. Maybe, just maybe we're in denial. Maybe Africans, generally, they just are not designed to live a happy, greater life. Because Africans have no problem killing their visionaries. We've seen it time and time again. But we don't want to address that, don't we? Right? So I'm giving you the other side of the equation. And of course, you have greedy men, greedy women, greedy families. Where did they learn this greed from? What society did they learn this from? And when they become the ones in charge, they don't care about the wider population. So I would hope today this conversation would help people open up their mind and realize, no one can stop you. Your own thinking is what is stopping you. Just maybe you might have to agree that most Africans spiritually are evil people. Because if you look at African to African interaction, take yourself as even a diaspora. You might want to do investments in Africa. You might deal with people. Even myself, I'm taking you as an example. I'm dealing with situation, family member. You want to put them in better position. And these people would go out of their way to destroy the investments, you want to bring to them. So is it possible that these quote unquote leaders we call sellouts have already tried this? They've walked the path. They've tried to bring the people on board, but their resistance to change will not allow them to move forward. Maybe I might be wrong. So that's where you people come into play. But just from observation, let's come into why there are coups in West Africa and now Central Africa, Gabon. So the Gabon situation is completely different. Have you guys noticed that? France is saying they condemn the coup, but they are not saying replace Ali Bongo. Ali Bongo. To me, that is strange. Because the guy in charge, that's his cousin. That's right. And a cousin who also, there is lots of question marks on this cousin. So to me, it might end up, Gabon, it's not really a lot that changed there. Because it's going to be like Equatorial Guinea. You guys know Ngema, that is in Equatorial Guinea. His uncle was the president. So he knocked him out. He became the president. And he has been president for over 40 years. So in some of these countries, are we learning that the ancient norms is what is still in charge? Yeah. Or bien. The ancient, because some tribes there, maybe some of these tribes are the dominant tribes. They've always been the ones in charge. They've dominated these other tribes even before the Europeans came into play. Like in Gabon, look at it. Even the man that did the coup, quote unquote, that's the president's cousin. Like, come on, how many people are in these people's families? So this is what you will see, especially in Central African areas. It's like this family thing. You want to talk tribalism? That's where the tribalism is tight. They make their family members in charge of the army. This is what this Bongo family did. So I'm going to bring you the dirty laundry, why these coup d'etats are taking place. The poor people are fed up. Because I'll give you an example, like in Cameroon, which is next to Gabon. Cameroon President Paul Biya, we've talked about him. He's been in charge for many years in Cameroon. He is being the only strong man in Cameroon. So, and Paul Biya, I heard he is preparing. Basically, I guess his son or one of his children is going to be succeeding him. So some of these countries is a monarchy. You see, it's about the monarch. So like in Gabon, the celebration is fine. It's a different look. But the way France is responding, I think France is okay with this. But in Niger, France is not having it there. The French they got kicked out of the place. And Macron is saying, I don't recognize these people's authority. He doesn't want to leave the place. But with Gabon, Burkina, it's a whole different ball game. So before we get into this, let me do my disclaimer. Guys, get the likes up. Let me do the disclaimers and show you. For example, Cameroon, Rwanda, they've do some shuffling in their military. So what does that tell you? These leaders are insecure, they're afraid. And this is a good side. The African leaders truly, just as the society function. Let me tell you, this is what you're seeing. Like when you go to the hospitals, I remember going to the hospitals. If you're sick, sometimes if you want to see an idea of how, especially West Africa is run, watch some of the Nollywood movies. They will give you a taste of it. But you showed up to the hospital, the nurses are mean, they're rude, obnoxious. The hospital is dirty and nasty. But mind you, fine, let's say the government don't want to do it, but the public, the people, everyone's gonna get sick at some point. Why can't the people have common sense and at least come together and clean up the place and keep it clean? People treat each other in a friendly manner. You don't need someone else, government or whoever, to make you want to be a better citizen. You do your part and everyone else do their part. But I understand, like in some of these countries, in some of these countries, it starts with the people because they clearly see the struggle that the people go through. They see the potholes on the roads. They see the poverty. But I want to know the psychology behind it. Why do these people just pretend like this is not there? Like this doesn't exist. So I don't want to just, I know like there's anti-French sentiment, but the oligarchy, meaning the hierarchy, mind you, this is a lot more complicated than you think because they have elevated a class. That's right. It's a class system where they keep some people super poor and uneducated, where the people don't are in confusion. There's no love for oneself. If you don't have love for oneself, how can you extend that love to somebody else or your environment? So it is well designed to be that way. But I'm very surprised at how many people are willing to be elevated to that higher caste system so that they can look down on the rest of the people. So that means they don't have any vision. Because the Bongo family, you look at them, where's all their investments? In France. This general, that the cousin who's now the president, do you guys know all his investments are in the West too? He bought 2 houses in the United States, in the Maryland, Virginia area. 2 houses, 1 million each, and he paid cash. I did not know they pay, military officers that much money in Gabon. I didn't know that. So that's why there's a big question mark. So we don't know how long the people's celebration would continue. Maybe it will be an Equatorial Guinea type of things. So Niger, the focus is on Niger. France doesn't want to let go of Niger for whatever reason. I think we all know why. We all know why. Because if they are saying they no longer need their service, why are they insisting? They don't care about the democracy being stopped in Gabon. Have you guys noticed that? So those of you that like to come here and preach democracy, what is democracy? That's what I'm asking you. You think the Africans, since quote unquote saying had independence, how many countries, I mean, maybe in the Southern African countries, we wouldn't count Zimbabwe in that because we just saw Mnangagwa, the crocodile, continue to win. For some reason, the ZANU-PF keeps winning. Only one political party, one party system. So it's very few countries you can say the people actually vote and it's real. So we cannot just come outright the gate and totally condemn the coups. The coup, for example, in Niger, I get it. It might have started out with Bazoum having personal issues with Major Chiani. I get that. But whatever you see, there's a reason there. These soldiers are citizens of these countries too. They swore an oath to protect the Constitution. And these presidents, they count on that. Mind you, you got your boss over there. You all swore an oath to protect and safeguard the Constitution. But you are saying these people are puppets. These people, in fact, are causing treason. The people are thinking that they voted for these people, but in fact, these people's job is to push an outside interest, which makes it a treasonous behavior. So I think from 1960, the French are like, all right, we gave you your independence. What do many of these African countries, what do they have in common? The governments, what do they have in common? Go look at the school curriculum. They deliberately keep the people in the dark. They make the people ignorant. So at some point, the same people you fought so hard to keep in the dark, at some point, they're going to see the light. They're going to come to light. They're going to come to, oh Lord Jesus moment. And when that happens, it becomes a problem. None of these old head of states are safe. They were going to these meetings, begging their white masters. They believe that an old system is still working because they don't understand the internet. But now they are very shocked. Even the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, he is very shocked. He said they cannot allow this trend to continue. He said because this is giving ideas to many soldiers. In fact, Nigeria, the king of coups, haven't done any coup since 94 with Sani Abacha. So Nigeria have been changing with, they were doing the democratic. Nigeria had like 8 coups. Okay? So if anyone that want to know about the playbook of coups, you take it from Nigeria. So this tame version of Nigeria you're seeing, that's not the real Nigeria. And even Tinubu and others, they know this. Because the inflation in Nigeria, not just Nigeria, and other countries, is high. It's getting higher. If you watch Nigerian media, the people are not happy. They are fed up. And with that, instead of Tinubu coming with an idea, he wants to, slash, like the subsidies, fuel subsidies, food subsidies for the people. So these sentiments are getting higher and higher. So these quote unquote leaders, they are not in touch with the population. The population have changed without them even knowing. So now they are seeing in Gabon, for example, the poor people are dancing, they are happy. They are seeing in Burkina Faso, the best place where coups succeed. Name a coup that hasn't succeeded yet in Burkina Faso. But every single one of them, the people come out and they dance, they are happy. But it's not just mere happiness. We should ask the question, why are the people so against the system? Because the system is not working for the people. The people want to be free. They want to be free. So that's why in the beginning I said it's a team sport. Some might think I'm talking down on Africa. No, I understand what is happening. I see it. When you keep a group of people ignorant, how can you blame them when they act ignorant? You can't. So this is what the case is. What that shout you are seeing in Niger, that shout is that cry is the cry of the poor people. Okay? They are supporting Chiani even though it started out with beef between him and the president. But people can be like, oh, maybe he's just not happy. Do we know what the argument was about? Do we know maybe he was telling Bazoum that, Bazoum, you need to quit being what you're doing here. This is treason. I mean, he probably didn't say it in those words, but the argument could be this is not good for Niger. And I am 100% sure that whatever the deal is not good for Niger. Because why else would is France trying to go to war? The United States, of course, is behind this also, but the United States cannot come directly. This is why they are not even acknowledging the coup as a coup. This is a war between the United States and France also, just so you know. The United States know that they are not as accepted in Africa as the Europeans are. I hope you guys know this. Don't forget, the Europeans have been in Africa for hundreds of years. So even if you look at the dynamics, the way Africans are comfortable dealing with Europeans and the way they are accepted, Americans are not accepted like that. Africans tend to be more suspicious. They are more suspicious of the United States than the European Union. That is a fact. So the United States is trying to buy the love, and they understand this. They understand it. What do you think right now? I'm going to show you videos here. What do you think will happen if the United States decides to just say, all right, fine, it is a coup, so now we have to condemn these military people? But instead, the United States, they are using big words, talking about this is just people disrupting the Constitution just a little bit. They are coming up with vague things. So that's how I know this is a setup. This is about gas. It's about energy. Let's call a spade a spade. It's about energy. Because you see, this green energy thing they're talking about, the United States is trying to shut all these European nations out. Because you see, Germany was getting their gas from Russia. France, they produce their own energy. So did you guys hear about the Russian pipeline that was blown up? We all know the United States did that. You see? So France continues to produce energy. So when they shut off access of Germany from getting gas from Russia, to pretend to act like they're going along with the sanctions, France continued to produce energy because France is getting uranium pretty much for free from Africa and other places. And France continued to sell energy to Germany and other places. So this right here, this is a war to disrupt France's access to their supplies in Africa. And how can they best do that? You got to wake the Africans up. When you wake the Africans up, and that would disrupt the flow. You see? But even the United States, go look it up, is still buying gas from Russia. Isn't that amazing? So this is a lot more complicated. But anti-French sentiment, this is what they're counting on. Because the French are also not helping themselves. The French still think this is 1884. They believe that they can put their foot on the necks of the Africans. This is what they think they could do. This is why Paul Biya and even Paul Kagame do not feel secure anymore. They did some shuffling. Let me do my disclaimer and show you guys what is happening. But before I get to that, let me, I'm seeing some tap dancing comments here. Let me see some of them. Let's see. Judah, welcome. If Western politics promise financial betterness for the citizens, it's the same. Yes, visionary of love. I agree with that. And the population would agree with you as well. But now, the people between them and the West, that's where the problem is. You see? That's where the problem is. So, here we go. Zongo with some comments. Afridamus, that's not true. The USA are loyal to France because France them to Zongo. You don't know history, okay? I'm not gonna waste my time with you. But if you look at all over Africa, who is going to be next? Because this coup waves is catching on. Even Djibouti, ladies and gentlemen, Djibouti. Do you guys know Djibouti is a French colony? Djibouti is the other brand of Somalis in the Horn of Africa. Their president also have been there forever. But I'll show you all the presidents that's been in charge for quite some time. And Paul Biya is scared. Paul Biya hasn't felt this threatened in such a long time. I'm about to show you. Let me do my fair use. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Let me show you these waves of coups. Paul Kagame of Rwanda. Even though people say they give you Paul Kagame as the example, look at what he's doing. Even Paul Kagame is shook. Let's hear this.
In reaction to the spread of military coups in certain African nations, Rwanda and Cameroon have taken proactive steps by reshuffling their defense portfolios. The changes come on the heels of the recent coup that ousted Gabonese President Ali Bongo. In Rwanda, President Paul Kagame has retired 12 generals along with hundreds of soldiers. He also approved the promotion and appointment of some officers to replace them. A statement issued by the Rwandan Defense Ministry says that about 678 soldiers retired as their contracts concluded, while 160 others were discharged under medical conditions. Some prominent figures who fought in Rwanda's 1994 war were also discharged from their duties. However, President Kagame also elevated several new officers to the rank of colonel and general to lead the military. On the other hand, Cameroon's president, Paul Biya, also announced a major restructuring in the country's defense ministry. One of the posts changed was the delegate to the presidency in charge of defense, navy, police, and air force staff. The president himself began his reign in the year 1982 after staging a coup. However, he has allowed elections after being criticized for oppression and human rights violation.
All right. So you guys see that um, Paul Kagame and Paul Biya. Guys, Paul Biya is being in charge. You guys heard it since 1982, probably before Judah was even born. Can you guys believe that? Someone like Judah in the chat, he's throughout his life the only president he's ever seen and known from the time he was born in Cameroon is only Paul Biya. So, guys, you gotta understand why the man is always, in the mood that he is in. He's not very happy. Here's what they did. They went in, they did some shuffling. We cannot hear the word shuffling and not do the shuffling song. Here we go.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do? Look out, boys, it's coming through. Yeah, man, yeah, man. Boy, he got educated feet.
All right. Guys, the educated feet had to start early because Paul Biya and Kagame, they are out there, they are watching, they are like, oh Lordy Lord, we better do some shuffling. We don't care who laughs at it. But yeah, you heard it. Paul Biya, he changed his presidential command. For the most part, Paul Biya is not even in Cameroon. Paul Biya lives in Switzerland. So it's easier with this wave to remove him. But that is provided if the Cameroonians have what it takes. Because most of the Cameroonians, you're seeing them, they don't know how to remove Paul Biya. You see? But now, because the Francophone, now they are seeing what is happening across. And Cameroon is like, what? Gabon made a move. Mumu people like Gabon. So people are waking up. They are waking up there. So now let us go to the reasons why there are military coups in Africa. I have a short documentary to share with you folks here. Let's go to why there's military coups in Africa, especially Francophone Africa. So I find it interesting. Here we go.
A concerning pattern has emerged across various Francophone countries, marked by a series of coups d'états. This recurring phenomenon has raised questions about the underlying factors driving political instability and upheaval within these nations. As the international community closely observes these developments, delving into the reasons behind the surge in coups becomes imperative for understanding the dynamics shaping the political landscape of Francophone countries. African history has been marked by a notable occurrence of military coups, often intertwined with the post-independence political landscape. In the years following decolonization, many newly independent African nations experienced political instability, economic challenges, and struggles for power that occasionally led to military interventions. The early decades of independence saw a surge in coups, driven by factors such as weak institutions, ethnic tensions, economic disparities, and power struggles among political elites.
So when people talk about ethnic tensions, so there's a whole lot of factors that you have to take into consideration as to why there are coups in Africa. It's so easy to come and say, I condemn this. But you have to realize, maybe, just maybe, that most of these countries even truly achieve their true independence. Maybe this is the real revolution. Because if you look at it, it's like one country after the other, they're just falling. So I know there is other powers behind it, but I have not seen it like this. But the people's sentiment their sentiment. The people are not happy. It is very clear. The people are not happy. Ask yourself, why aren't the people happy? This is Gabon. Gabon is part of OPEC. Gabon has what? 2 million people. There's no reason for these people to be poor. No reason. When they captured, the Bongo family, look at how much money in cash they found. They found with, the son. So at some point is greed. Yes, I talked about the team effort. Yes, at some point when you put the team together and make them hungry, guess what? They're going to turn on each other. They're going to eat each other. It's going to become dog eat dog world. That's what they've turned Africa into. They've turned the people, they've made them desperate, destitute. They talk about aid. Like when France, even the United States, they talk about aid. I'm going to come here and do the breakdown for you. You know why they always say, oh, these countries feed off of $1 a day? That's because that so-called aid they talk about. Go look at how they break it down. They are the ones breaking it down like that. They believe the Africans in Africa, both France and the United States, we only deserve to live off of $1.25, not more than $2. I read this myself. You think Africans just decided, oh, you know what? We don't like better things. We just want to live off of $1 a day. So I'll bring that breakdown to you at some point. But let us continue here and show you, what is really happening in these countries.
Decades of post-independence political turbulence, military coups became a recurring phenomenon in certain regions of Africa. However, after a period characterized by a relatively stable democratic environment, there are signs that coup d'états are resurfacing. The recent event in Gabon is merely the latest in a series of coups that have unfolded in recent years, coinciding with a similar takeover by soldiers in Niger merely a month prior. Burkina Faso experienced two distinct military interventions with several other countries, including Guinea-Bissau, the Gambia, and São Tomé and Príncipe, facing attempted coups that underline the persistence of such actions. The year 2021 witnessed a notable increase in coup attempts, with 6 reported across different African nations.
Why did he put Gambia into this? Is this a subliminal message? Why did they put Gambia into this? Gambia had their last coup in 94. The first and the last one. Unless they're trying to say the president there did a coup on the electoral box. Because you can do a coup by vote. Gabon, that's what happened there. So I don't know why they're saying Gambia, but let us find out. Let us find out. And you guys have seen it. I've done video here, even like Guinea-Bissau. Wasn't it less than 2 years ago when they shot up the state house there? They try to remove this president. So I don't know what is going on with these quote unquote leaders, but they are not secure right now. They are not.
These 4 resulted in successful military takeovers, indicating a bold trend that shook the foundations of democratic norms and institutions. The past few years have seen a series of significant political upheavals through military interventions in various African countries. In 2020, Mali witnessed a coup, marking the only recorded instance of such an event that year. However, the following year, 2021, saw a notable increase in military interventions across the continent. Chad, Mali, Guinea, Sudan, and Niger all experienced political turmoil driven by military actions. These interventions varied in nature, ranging from the establishment of transitional military councils to the removal of leaders from power.
So you see this guy here, Bazoum. The reason why France is fighting so hard to say, oh, he's the one they recognize is because he's the one. He is the biggest sellout. Imagine. So France is saying they don't care about what the people of that country are saying. They don't care about who they chose. France is saying this is who they recognize. What does that tell you? So the military junta, they are well within their rights to charge this man with high treason. Ask yourself a question. Niger is not France. Does France own Niger? Unless France wants to tell us the quiet part that they own Niger. You see what I'm saying? France right now, they pretty much they accepted the coup even in Gabon. The AU saying they condemn it, right? France is not talking about fighting Burkina Faso. France is not talking about fighting Mali. But why Niger? Why do they want this man there? Yes, he is. People are saying he's straight Arab. Yes, Niger does have some Arabs there, but they are the minority. So think about this for a minute. Even the population, the Black Africans, don't you think they find this a bit weird as well? So let me show you, and then I'll show you the protests that the people are doing against France. But here we go.
The trend continued into 2022, with 5 attempted military interventions reported. Among these attempts, 2 were successful coups that occurred in Burkina Faso. The political landscape in Burkina Faso saw notable changes due to these events, underlining the persistent volatility in some regions of Africa. These incidents serve as reminders that despite the progress made in promoting democratic government,
Guys, stop being stingy. Hit that like so that we can spread this into the algorithm. Hit that like, and the super chats, don't forget as well. But the likes for sure, that's free. Don't be stingy.
challenges to political stability and transitions of power remain prevalent in certain African nations. The recurring nature of coup attempts raises questions about the root causes and underlying dynamics driving these actions, as well as the efforts required to establish enduring democratic frameworks across the continent. In 2019, Gabon experienced a significant coup attempt that highlighted the ongoing challenges to political stability.
So, just FYI, the coup this year is not the first coup in Gabon. I remember this. They did the coup back in 2019, and this very guy in Guinea, who's now the leader, the cousin of Ali Bongo, they came and crushed this coup. Here we go.
In the country. The coup attempt took place on January 7, when a group of military officers, led by Lieutenant Kelly Ondo Obiang, tried to seize power while President Ali Bongo was abroad receiving medical treatment. The coup attempt began with the seizure of the state radio station in the capital city of Libreville. The military officers, wearing military fatigues and carrying weapons, announced on air that they were forming a National Restoration Council to restore democracy in the country. They claimed that President Ali Bongo, who had been in power since 2009, was unable to fulfill his duties due to his prolonged absence for medical treatment. However, the coup attempt was short-lived.
So this is Ali Bongo, the one that was telling people to make noise.
Within hours, government forces loyal to President Ali Bongo took control of the radio station and suppressed the coup attempt. Several of the military officers involved were arrested, and the situation was brought under control. President Ali Bongo, who was recovering from a stroke, returned to Gabon later and resumed his presidential duties. In 2017,
doesn't Ali Bongo look like some of those black pastors. He kind of looks like, Martin Luther King. Maybe Martin Luther King's ancestors are from that region. They do look alike.
Zimbabwe experienced a significant turning point in its political landscape when a military intervention effectively ended Robert Mugabe's 37-year rule. The military's intervention followed a period of political uncertainty and power struggle within the ruling party. Major General Sibusiso Moyo, a prominent military figure, made a televised statement during the intervention. In April 2021, the death of Idris Deby, the longtime leader of Chad, prompted a succession crisis. The Chadian army took control and installed Deby's son, Mahamat Idris Deby, as the interim president, leading a transitional military council. The move was criticized by opponents as a dynastic coup, as it seemed to consolidate power within the same family despite constitutional norms. The event highlighted the potential for power struggles and questions about the transfer of leadership in countries with a history of strongman rule. Similar to the succession of Idris Deby's son Mahamat Deby after his father's passing, Gabon shares a comparable narrative where President Ali Bongo assumed office following in his father's footsteps. Former President Omar Bongo held power in Gabon for an extensive 42-year period, from 1967 to 2009.
So the guy they removed, Ali Bongo, that's his dad, Omar Bongo. Guys, take a look at Omar Bongo. Really. I think most blacks are probably from this region. Doesn't he look like a black pastor back from those days with the stash? Just an observation, and the haircut. I just observed that. Look like one of those civil rights leaders that used to match "We Shall Overcome." But here we go.
His son, Ali Bongo, succeeded him in 2009 and has since been at the helm of Gabon's leadership until the much-awaited successful coup in Gabon. President Ali Bongo secured a third term in the presidential election, garnering 64.27% of the vote, according to the Gabonese Election Center, CGE, as announced on Wednesday. This election followed a delay-riddled process that the opposition has criticized, alleging fraudulent practices. During this election, President Ali Bongo sought to prolong his family's enduring 56-year hold.
Guys, this is wild. Take a look at this, guys. Come on. Guys, so Ali Bongo went from totally being so this guy was just walking just fine. So he got a stroke. You guys see, all of a sudden now he's walking all funny and stuff. But the man will not give up the position because guess what? He inherited it from his father. So indirectly, these people are saying it's a country, but technically it's a kingdom because they set up the elections, just like in Cameroon. Do you guys think the election is fair in Cameroon? Do you guys think people are voting for Paul Biya? No, they are not. There's a reason why Paul Biya he lives in Switzerland. He doesn't trust those damn Cameroonians because they're going to poison him. So that's why now he did the shuffling, put his cousin in place. See, I'm seeing a pattern here. This is almost like the 90s drug dealers, the Frank Lucases in the black community. So this is a tribe thing from ancient times. They put their cousins in place. So in their original country, you see how they run it? That's right. This is how Negroes run their country. The country they're in charge of. Look, just take a look at it. Who do they put in charge? Their cousins, their Uncle Pookie, who just got out of jail, but they trust him. He's not going to mess up. So they are running this like a hood. This is why the countries look like a hood. I'm telling you straight facts here. Here we go.
On power, even as the opposition rallied for transformation in the oil-rich yet economically challenged Central African nation. West African nation Burkina Faso holds the record for the most successful coups, having witnessed 9 takeovers along with 1 failed attempt. Nigeria, on the other hand, earned a reputation for experiencing military coups post-independence, counting 8 occurrences from January 1966 up to the takeover led by General Sani Abacha in 1993. However, since 1999, power transitions in Africa's most populous nation have occurred through democratic elections. According to Ndubisi Christian Amy from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the resurgence of popular uprisings against long-standing dictators has created a favorable environment for the resurgence of coups in Africa. Amy emphasizes that while these popular uprisings are rooted in legitimacy and driven by the people, their success often hinges on the actions and choices made by the military. Following the year 2000, a noticeable decline in military interventions was observed. However, in recent years, there has been a resurgence of coups, marking a shift in this trend. In 2021, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres remarked that military coups are back, highlighting the rebirth of such events. Across the globe, Africa has witnessed a higher number of coups compared to other continents. Of the 18 recorded coups since 2017, all but one, which occurred in Myanmar in 2021, have taken place in Africa. So, what do you think of our video? What are your thoughts on the reasons behind the surge of coups in Francophone countries and the increasing prevalence of military takeovers across Africa? Let us know what you think in the comments.
All right. So you're seeing that, ladies and gentlemen. Let us show you. I want to remind you again of who Mr. Ali Bongo is before we get to the protesters here. So this is Ali Bongo calling to the world, calling for the blacks to come help him.
I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise, for the people here have arrested me.
Guys, let's be honest. You want to tell me that's not MLK's long-lost cousin? That's not MLK's long-lost cousin? All right.
And my family, my son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So,
well, Ali Bongo, we know what's happening.
I'm calling you to make noise, really.
Guys, this is how you know the blacks are from that region. What's the rapper's favorite word? Make some noise. It's in their DNA, so you can't blame the blacks. Look at Ali Bongo. When Ali Bongo, now he is in turmoil, what did he say? Make some noise. The president turned into a rapper quick. Negroes know how to turn into a rapper. Guys, I don't mean to laugh in an evil way, but yeah, he does look like Steve Harvey too. So some of you Negroes who claim you don't know what part of Africa you're from, well, why don't you take a look at Ali Bongo and go look in the mirror? If you look like him, your ass is probably from out there, okay? Yeah, you from out there. You just found your people. That's right. The man had a dream, but his dream wasn't so great for them. Yeah, Steve Harvey need to stop going to Ghana. He need to head straight to Gabon. That's right, Steve Harvey, we found your country. Your people are from Gabon. So, guys, let me, before I open the line, let me show you what is happening in Niger. Let me update you. So, you guys remember, right? St. John said he spoke in Commonwealth because they are part of the Commonwealth. You see, that's what's crazy. That tells you the guy is a big sellout. He's a French speaker, but he's part of Commonwealth. Maybe that's why Macron doesn't mind throwing them under the bus. Habibi said, Ninja crying for his snow bunny French wife. Worry about yourself. Gee, you're under house arrest. Hey, he's letting you know. I mean, come on, guys. Do I have to break this down for you? Even here in America, now we understand why when black people make money, where do they move to? That's right, the nice white neighborhood and get them a white wife. In Gabon, where most of these Negroes look like the Negroes over here, the closest to them, look at when they got money. Even their president went and got him a snow bunny. I wonder what Dr. Umar would say to this about this one. Yeah, he went and got him a snow bunny. So, this FBA, this is in their blood. They, even if they were in Africa, they're still gonna get them a snow bunny. Look at Omar Bongo, Ali Bongo, sorry. Guys, let me show you an example here. Oh, DiCaprio. It's shameful how you incorporate the blacks in the terrible situation in West Africa. DiCaprio, just relax. Drink some Kool-Aid or something. You just mad because I'm sure I'm telling the truth. This is not made up. You see the man's face. Tell me I'm lying. He don't look like Martin Luther King or Steve Harvey. Or what's his name? The cop from remember the show that Orkrel is in? All in the Family, something like that back in the days. The cop, the daddy, he looked just like him too. I mean, these people look like the FBA, so you can't deny this. Just an observation. So Cameroon, Paul Biya is afraid too, but let me show you what is going on in Niger. So they told the French to leave, right? They gave them the 48 hours. Do you remember that? So Macron, their president, he comes out. He's like, oh, we do not recognize, these people's authority. Isn't that crazy? That's super crazy, right? You come to someone's country. The guy that you signed this deal with, he's no longer in charge. He's not gonna be in charge. So now we know who was pushing, ECOWAS and Tinubu for the intervention. Because first of all, let's just be honest. ECOWAS does not have the capability to invade Niger and fight against Burkina Faso and Mali and Guinea. How is Ivory Coast going to move around? Ouattara, he is just talking out of his ASS. He is afraid because he knows exactly what he did in Ivory Coast. So he wouldn't care. He's like, France, whatever you do, do it. Do what you did to Laurent Gbagbo. In his mind, that's what's going to happen. So what France was going to do is, because, you guys remember the Laurent Gbagbo situation? They used the rebels as the ground force. So they flew. They were controlling the sky, bombing, just like they did in Libya. So they want to repeat the same thing. They want to make it look like it was ECOWAS going in. But a lot of these ECOWAS leaders at this point, even in the Anglophone, they are worried. I mean, even Kagame is worried. Paul Biya is a super strong man. He rules Cameroon with iron fist. But even Paul Biya is not taking chances. So that tells me if Paul Biya is scared, the rest of these other, tap dancers you've seen, they are scared too. They are afraid, because the greatest fear of it all is they are seeing these coups happening, but people are out. They are dancing. they don't see people coming out opposing the coup. For example, in Gabon, they declared Ali Bongo as the winner. They said he won. It's like 60 something percent. So where is that 60? That would mean over 60% of the country approve of him. Where are those people? Bazoum in Niger, they said the people voted for him. He won. It's like 56%. That's more than half of the country. Where are those people? In fact, let me show you. After 5 weeks, they forgot about Bazoum. They don't care about Bazoum. The people in Niger, I don't know what's going on in Niger, but I think Niger is where that's the real Negro, Negroville, because the Nigerians are hungry. The Nigerians, they want the white people gone. They say, get the hell out of our country. I mean, not all the whites, but the French. They want the French gone. They've had enough. And now they've staged a sit down in front of the French base. Let me show you here. Eric, thank you for the super chat. He said, which country do you all think will be the next to have a coup? Ooh, that's a good one. Man, at this point, it could be any of them, to be quite honest. It could even be Nigeria. Because I'll tell you right now, Nigeria was the coup capital of the world. So if anyone that comes here and say, oh, it will be impossible to do a coup in Nigeria, don't forget that. Nigeria is the freestyle king of coup d'etat. In fact, all these coups you see in Africa, where do you think they got their playbook from? That's right, Nigeria. So it's in their DNA. So you cannot rule it past. This is why Tinubu is afraid. This is why he's afraid. The day like Nigerians wake up again to this coup thing, it's over. But here we go.
A rising wave of anger on the streets of Niamey. The focus is the French diplomatic mission and a military base in Niger.
We're here and we'll be here forever until the day France packs up, and pack up it will, I tell you. France has to move out because it's our country, it's our territory, and France has to move out. France has to submit to our rule or we will step on them because we're going to crush them.
Niger is a former French colony and has been a frontline base for French anti-terrorism operations across the Sahel region. Locals also accuse Paris of meddling in their domestic affairs and supporting unpopular leaders like deposed former President Mohamed Bazoum, who was ousted from power on July 26th. Support for the military coup soon evolved into anger against alleged French interference in the country. That led to an attack on the French embassy on July 30th, but the situation was brought under control by local security forces. But the military junta later demanded the French ambassador leave the country and has now issued an order for his expulsion. It's a move that's found a lot of support among regular Nigerians.
We are committed to really saying no to the presence of the French military base here in Niger. We are fed up. We didn't say yes to the authorities for French military bases. We didn't want any more in Niger.
France has responded by refusing to leave, saying the junta has no legitimacy. It's also said that it will respond with force if action is taken against its embassy or troops, increasing the possibility of a clash with an increasingly angry public. Shoaib Hassan, TRT World.
So did you guys see this? This is what is happening in Niamey. So the French got kicked out of there. Their ambassador, as we speak, they've removed his visa. They are not guaranteeing his safety. They've deployed the police to arrest him. So what you just saw there, that is right in front of the French embassy and the French military. Let me show you the Muslims, because that country is majority Islam, right? Let me show you what they are doing in front of the military base. Here we go. So they are praying, they are doing their Friday prayer there.
من حمد ربنا لك الحمد في دمار شأنه في شتات سعيه في ضلال ومن شايعه في مكرون كان خوانا خدارا مكارا إنه مكر بنا بالأصفام.
So guys, you're seeing that this is what is happening over there in Niger. So the Nigerians want the French out of their country. They want them gone. The women are out in the streets. They are gathered. They are performing their Friday prayer right there. So at the end, the Nigerians are going to win because guess what? It's their country. What's his name is trying to do? Macron and France. This is so stupid. They want to just stay around, right? And then tempt talking about, no, we recognize these people. So they want to sacrifice their embassy, their ambassador. If something happens, then that gives them the opportunity to invade Niger. But right now they could not. So this here proves that they were the ones behind ECOWAS. So I believe this right here, this just showed ECOWAS to be a sham organization. It shows that ECOWAS is an outside organization. Maybe we would need to reshuffle ECOWAS. But the ECOWAS we have now is fake. Let me welcome the panel. Jude, welcome to the show. Ola, St. James. Jude, thank you for coming in. Jude, are you there? Jude, unmute yourself.
Oh, yes, Afidamus, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Jude, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Thank you. Can you let St. James go ahead, and then
Okay.
I'll come after St. James.
Sounds good. You can go ahead and mute. We'll bring in St. James. St. James, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Hey man, thanks for having me, man. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thank you for coming. You missed a few ones, maybe time difference.
Yes, I did. I saw
Yeah.
that.
So St. James, you are seeing what is happening, especially in Niger, Gabon, and Gabon, we're seeing a family affair. It's like an Equatorial Guinea type situation. But still they are happy about what is happening. Paul Biya, a long-serving leader of Cameroon, the strongest man in Cameroon, is afraid. He did the military shuffle, and even Rwanda. St. James, who do you think? Which country do you think is next?
To be honest with you, I'm leaning towards Cameroon because that's the easiest way forward. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Based on the information that I got, I
Yeah.
believe that the president is not inside of the country like that. So
Right.
I don't know. It's very easy. All you have to do is close the airport and tell them to stay there.
But
Don't come back
he
to
just did this
Cameroon.
shuffle. It looks like he's putting his cousins and other people in charge. Do you think that would save him?
No, it doesn't, because putting someone in charge doesn't mean they can defend the country when the people rise. That's why I always tell Judy and the Cameroonians, what you don't know about rising up together as a people just to overthrow this guy is easy. I don't know why is it taking too long, because the other day I was told that they like what Bia is doing in the country. That's why it's still there for 40 years. So I
No,
can
but
bow
St.
down to
James,
that.
I suspect that they do not like it, because with the wave of coups and it came to Gabon, and I want you to touch on Gabon too. St. James, are you shocked by Gabon? Because Gabon, most of them are very into the French thing, but I notice the French seem to approve of this coup
Yeah.
d'etat. Do you even trust the man in charge?
Well, to be honest with you, I was checking your last video about Gabon, man. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You
Uh-huh.
know, Gabon is, if you look at back in the day, the president even told the people of Gabon they have two nationalities. They are French and
Yes.
Gabonese. So don't listen. Ever since
But
ever since,
St. James,
uh-huh.
don't you think with the way they are celebrating, they finally woken up to understand that they are 100% African. All that you French, you are this is all fake. They just trying to blind them to rob them because the French came up, because even in Burkina Faso they told you people that you guys were French citizens too. Did you know that?
Yeah, I remember. No, no, we didn't buy to that. We didn't buy to that. Like most other countries have done it. I've went like farther, like Gabon, Ivory Coast, and Senegal. Those are the people that buy into those kind of talk. But the Sahelians, no, we don't. Right? No, it's just maybe the president and his people. But the citizens of those countries, we never listen to those kind of conversations. We are French and no, no,
Hmm.
no. So
So
the situation in Gabon for me, it's a family thing, you know.
yeah,
They
it
haven't
is.
gone outside of that for us to
Yeah.
call it. So we're just waiting to see what's going to happen.
In
If you
fact,
look at the news in Gabon, it's about the president, his wife, and his children, and it's some of the people that work with them. So that's it. They don't talk
and
about the French. They have a military base in Gabon, so they don't talk about that.
yeah,
The
and
amount of
also
investment they have in Gabon too haven't been touched. So
yeah, and also this man here, the military guy in charge, he has properties invested in the West. He has two houses in the Maryland region, which is about two like $1 million each
are you
cash.
serious though? Are you
Oh
serious though?
yes, oh yeah,
Okay, so that's not gonna go nowhere. So you
yeah.
already see the flaws. So if that's verified, what are you celebrating?
Hmm.
What
So
are you really celebrating? So
so
that's
so
my
St. James,
question.
let me ask you this, St. James. If you look at okay, ECOWAS, what is your thought on ECOWAS? What are they thinking now? Now they are seeing country after country is falling. Even Tinubu, I listened to him. Tinubu said, this is becoming a trend. We don't want this to continue. Do you think the ECOWAS quote unquote leaders are they more worried about themselves than Niger at this point?
Well, it's like if you don't want a situation to happen, and then the situation happens, and you don't have the tools to just fix the problem. So that's what Tinubu just did. Oh, no more coup d'etats in West Africa. You don't control West Africa.
Right.
You just became the president of ECOWAS. So why don't you go on a tour in Francophone Africa and Anglophone Africa, mainly Francophone Africa? So this is where the coups are happening the most. Why don't you take the time to listen to those people before coming forward with solutions? He didn't do that. So he was just using ECOWAS as a tool, like the French. Oh, whatever the French want, this is what we're gonna do. So that's
But what do you think about what Tinubu said? In fact, he said he is the one that was holding back the people that want to invade Niger. What does he mean by the people? What people is Tinubu talking about?
and he's talking about the French, those people backed by the French, Macky Sall of Senegal and Ouattara from Ivory Coast. Those are the
And,
people he's mentioning.
St. James, you know why I ask you where
Right,
is the next school? Because
right.
in this documentary, they mentioned my country, Gambia. I said, whoa, wait a minute. The last school there was in 94. Why did they put us in the list?
But Alpha you have the commissioner of ECOWAS is from Gambia, and he has a
Yes.
lousy mouth too, though.
I
I
know.
can
I
so
know.
so I want him to chill a little bit, man. Like, come on. So
Because the sentiment on the
mhm,
internet, on the Gambian internet,
mhm.
their sentiment matches the people in Niger. I don't know what's
well,
going on in the.
well,
I mean, we just got a new leader. Like, what's going on
no,
in Africa? What's
Alpha
going on in the people's minds?
Alpha there are certain countries within ECOWAS that don't their opinion don't matter. That's what I was trying to tell you. You
Yeah.
know, like so my country, the Gambia, their opinions don't
But
matter.
St. James, do you think the Gambian people, especially expressing their
Uh,
sentiments on the internet, do you think they would be dancing if the same thing happened there?
well, it's yet to. I mean, what you mean exactly? I don't.
Like, do you think if a Gabon situation happens there, the
Where?
population in Gambia, they would come out and dance to that?
Well,
I mean,
do they
on the
like the
internet,
president though?
they are supporting.
Do they do they like what the president is doing though?
Well, they are supporting
As a
Niger.
president of the
They
country.
are they are supporting. I mean, some people like him.
Okay, so I mean, for us it's deeper than that. I can talk. I can only talk about the Sahel. For us
Right.
it's very deeper than that.
But St.
So that's
James,
why
this
we
is
support one
spreading.
another.
It's
Well, it's
spreading.
spread.
It went all the way to Central
Gabon.
Africa, Gabon, and it's close to Cameroon. If they hit Cameroon, Congo Brazzaville is next. If they hit
Afadamus.
Cameroon, Brazzaville is easy.
Afadamus. I don't even think they need to have a coup d'état in Cameroon. I think they just can retire Paul Biya. Let them fly over to Switzerland and tell them to stay there. We good. The country is good. It's not even a coup d'état. You don't have
Yeah,
to
but
rile up people and go on the street and celebrate. No, just tell them, hey, you good. We
he
have a new
wants his
president by
son.
tomorrow.
He wants his child to replace him.
Nah, it's not gonna happen, man. The way I'm looking at it, those kind of father-son relationship, nah, it's done.
I mean,
No
it's
more.
happening in Chad. Idris Deby's son replaced him.
Well, for Debbie, I mean, the French did what they have to do for Chad, but is he gonna last? I don't know, because you see the way his father died. There is a lot of talks behind what happened. I don't know if the son is going to last. Around him, a lot of people don't trust him. In those countries, like even my country, Burkina and Mali, we don't trust the dude. So
So,
I
St.
don't know
James, do
if
you
it's there
think
for the French or.
Do you think Senegal is the most stable francophone country?
In terms of what? You have a French base in there. Are you stable?
Right.
Why is ECOWAS? Give me a
St.
second.
James.
I was trying to ask you. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I was trying to ask you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Within ECOWAS, right? We have 16, 15, 16 countries.
Right.
I want Tinubu to ask each country why, if you have a military base in your country, why are you in ECOWAS?
That's a good
we need to make.
question. You're right.
We need to make a new requirement for those countries to apply to. Like, why are you in ECOWAS? Like the Senegalese, the Ivorians. We need to ask them if you are in. Why? Tinubu didn't even like. It didn't even attack the problems. It was like, oh, let's go to Niger. I'm giving them a ultimatum of 7 weeks, 7 days. It doesn't make sense. It's bigger than that.
But St. James, why do you think?
Right.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
You guys live in the Gambia. You next door. You are part of ECOWAS. You don't have a military base in your country, and the country next to you has a military base. You should question that, Adamus.
Yeah, I did. I went to Senegal in their airport. Even I saw French military people there.
Right. We are member of ECOWAS, right? And you talking about having a military intervention in one of the ECOWAS country, but you are allowing foreign base in ECOWAS zone. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's
why
it's weird.
Is doomed. ECOWAS is doomed. Like my country, Burkina, Niger, and Mali. Honestly speaking, after that, I don't think we're gonna stay there for the next 12 months. I don't think we leave it. I think we leave.
But St. James, why do you think ECOWAS and France they are not making the same stance against Burkina, Mali, and Guinea, and even Gabon now? But Niger, why are they so fixated on Niger? Even they are kicking them out. Macron is saying we are refusing to leave.
Man, this is the Sahel region. They have a lot of investment uranium in Niger, in a country, in a city called Arlit. I don't know. It's a lot of money for the French to let go. So I don't know. They
Remember
don't
when
want to
they
let it.
left Burkina, they went over there.
Absolutely. And we even let them pass through Burkina to get to Niger. So we were so nice to them, like, you can go there, So they're not gonna let go because it's gonna be they're gonna look as if they were weak. They have no influence towards Sahelian countries. I don't know. I don't know why they still want to go. But I like what the people of Nigeria are doing, because I believe Burkina send like a contingency there to
Yeah.
help, because we got information that most of our terrorists come from Niger. We got it. The
So do you
border
guys
pay,
still
yeah.
recognize ECOWAS?
Like I said, it's a 50-50. It's 50-50 right now. The way things are going, I'm inclined to say if things don't get better, these people are leaving ECOWAS, because I don't know. What they're doing to Nigeria right now is uncalled for, is inhuman, is barbaric. And let's
Yeah,
be honest,
because
it's not good.
remember they had like like Nigeria, they sent that religious leader and they were complaining saying, they gotta give electricity to Bazoum. He said he doesn't have light. And the junta was like, tell Nigeria to turn the lights on, because
Absolutely.
Nigeria shut it off,
Even the food, Alpha every day I watch the news over here. Do you know how many trucks are sitting by the border and the vegetables are
I mean,
getting
I don't know.
spoiled?
Tinubu is
It's
making a big mistake on this one.
absolutely, the people are starved. Like, they don't have food, and all these guys who are doing business in Nigeria, they're losing money every single day. All more than 300 trucks by the border. That's quite a bit.
And what do you think about Benin? They also closed the border.
Well,
I think
Benin is kind of like that small country in West Africa with a president that I feel like he need to show off a little bit. I don't know what he's trying to do. It's a tiny country. I don't know what it. They even had a situation with Nigerians, and that situation got resolved like less than 5 months ago, and they are holding hands and doing shows together. I
so
don't know.
do you think Benin is tap dancing to Nigeria to be in
They're
the
tap
good grace?
dancing because the border was closed. If I still remember, they were having some sort of dispute. So they're tap
So
dancing.
maybe their president is afraid of opposing France and Tinubu.
Well, most of these countries in West Africa, they're scared of French, man. Whatever the French say is what goes. So
Interesting. Oh,
it is what it
let me
is.
bring in the other speakers. Thank you, St. James. Judah, are you ready now?
Oh yes, sir. I'm ready to speak,
Judah,
man.
welcome to the Afridamus report. Judah,
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Judah, the coup now is right next door to you, right next door to Cameroon. And Paul Biya, you see, he did the shuffle. Have you ever seen him do this? Do you think Paul Biya feels insecure these days?
Um, you see, I've really tried to go online to really find out about the reshuffle. I've not really, really seen any
What do you
speech
mean?
that he made or something. But I mean, it
Judah,
might be rumors, but this is.
Judah,
But I mean, yeah,
he's not gonna do a speech. Rwanda did it too. When
right,
they do
right.
this,
No,
they're not gonna do speeches.
I understand. But I mean, see,
You should be
we
happy.
we are
You
planning.
fund African coups.
Of course, we are sponsoring most of these things. So, see, we actually want these things to happen in Cameroon. Once it happens, everybody is free. All the Ambazonians locked up in jail, all of them are gonna burst out, and we're gonna raise the Ambazonian flag, and the English Cameroon. So that's what we are hoping for. Because when there's a coup, there's everybody is on the street. So the flag will be raised, so nobody will be scared raising the Ambazonian flag, and then the Francophone Cameroon can fight for who is gonna be their own president again, and so on. Um,
But Judah, do
so
you think if a coup happens, they're gonna allow that Ambazonian kind
Of
of
course,
talk.
of course, of course, of course, they have no choice because people will be on this. You see what happened in Gabon. The Gabonese are happy. You see how everybody came with flags. They are happy that they have a regime that was taken out. But at the same time, the guy that came in power, does not suit,
That's the cousin. Yeah, that's the
yeah, yeah,
cousin.
yeah,
A
yeah.
lot
But they are
of
just
question mark.
exactly. They are just happy that they took out the Bongos family. But so even though that happy might not last for a long time because this guy is still following the footsteps of maybe the Bongos and stuff. It's just a name change.
Do you
So
think France is behind his the
uh,
French? Because
um,
France didn't even, they said we condemn it, but they're not talking like they're talking about Niger.
yeah, I don't think France is behind it. It's just an opportunity that France is claiming, but France is not behind it. One of the main reasons that was behind it, um, even being a planned coup. I don't think Bongo's family even knew because Bongo was fighting to give presidency to his son. He has elevated his son to the party president, the ruling party president. He has elevated his son to, some kind of a special person in the country.
Who
So,
who did that?
uh-huh.
Who did that?
I'm talking about Bongo's son. He
Oh yeah.
elevated his son
Oh yeah,
to a
yeah.
lot of
Did
so
you see all that money they
no,
found
no,
with?
I saw the money. What I'm saying is Bongo, even if you ask Bongo that was power gonna be in somebody else, even his cousin, he was gonna tell you no, that his son, because the way he elevated his son to a political party president and all these things, it showed that his son was gonna be the next president. So he was just staying in power, just to
Just
make
for the
sure
hell
his
of it.
son exactly. So it's the same thing, Paul Biya, the same thing we see all these sit tight, even the
Hold
president of
on.
Congo Brazzaville and all these things.
So
So
Judah, do you happen to know who you guys' next president is? Let's say if Paul Biya succeeds in, implementing what he wants, do you uh, guys already know your next president in which of Paul Biya's kids?
Um, I mean, people are now talking about his first son that he had with his first wife, Frank Bia, before the wife died. But the political system in Cameroon, I don't think any other African person can understand what is happening in Cameroon. Cameroon is made up of two countries. When the country first started, the English side and the French side. So it was arranged in the constitution that if there's a French president, the person next in command should be an English person or a English Cameroonian speaker. So in the case where there is no francophone president, once an English person comes in, and then it was made sure in such a way where once we have a francophone president, the next person coming in power should be an anglophone Cameroonian president. And for some reason, the first president, because of sickness, gave power to another francophone Cameroonian president. So if we have gotten two francophone presidents, so the next president that we are hoping,
Was that the Fulani that
yeah,
ruled
the
you guys?
Fulani guy. So when the
No,
Fulani guy
no wonder you love the Fulani because they
left,
ruled you.
oh no, 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 no. See, come on, man. This guy was of no. I was glad that Paul Biya even took power from this guy. Because we were having a Fulani influx from Nigeria and all over these neighboring countries. A lot of Fulani were coming in because we had a Fulani president. But as soon as Paul Biya take over being from the south, so all these guys, were sent to jail and some escaped back to Nigeria and other countries where they came from. So at least
So you rather
it,
have Paul Biya than the Fulani in
of
charge.
course, it reduced the amount of Fulani people we had in Cameroon, and that was, something that we applaud for. But at the same time, he has overstayed his welcome. So,
So
I mean,
Judah,
he
who
has
do you
done.
think is where's the next coup happening?
The next coup that might happen in Africa is a lot of countries. So from East, you're talking about Djibouti, the guy who took over his father, right? If
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
talking about Equatorial Guinea, the president in power who killed his own uncle. His uncle was the first
Obiang.
president in Equatorial Guinea.
Obiang.
No, yeah, Obiang, yeah. So
Yeah, he
he
killed his
killed his
uncle
own.
in Gema.
Exactly. He killed his own uncle and took over power. That was since 1979. And ever
Yeah.
since 1979, He has been in power till today as we speak, and he is grooming his own son. His own son, as we speak, is the vice president of
So,
Equatorial Guinea.
so Jude, how
So,
does it feel to your whole life before you were born? You only know one president of Cameroon. How does that feel?
Epidemics, having known the thing about that, the thing that I don't complain is having a president is one thing. If the
Hmm.
president is carrying on development, right, is
Right.
another thing. Take for instance, you have a country that is you have enlightened despot.
Yeah,
People will not care if the dictator is doing something great or not. I mean,
this is true.
but
You're right.
exactly. But being in a country where you have a president like Paul Biya, who has been in power since 1982, before I was born, if he was, actually doing great things for his people, I will have said, yeah, I mean, he should be in power. But bro, he has overstayed his welcome. Even Gaddafi, at one point in time, the Libyans were not so acquainted with his work.
Yeah.
I mean, they got fed up, man. I mean, it's gonna be a point where people say it's over, despite the fact that you are doing this now. We don't want it anymore. We just want a change, and that's why the Gabonese are happy because they just want a different name. Maybe the guy might be so soft in his policies, maybe he might not, but they have a different name. So we in Cameroon, we are fighting for an anglophone name. Anglophone Cameroon. See, this is
Jude, I'm surprised.
yeah.
I didn't know that the Gabonese are tougher and harder than the Cameroonians. I
Oh
didn't
no,
know
no,
this.
no, no, no! It's not a matter of harder. This is the thing. Cameroon is a country with over 250 local tribes. It's different in Gabon. Gabon is made of 2 million people. I think the city of Douala is more than 2 million in Cameroon. So, not
Yeah,
to
so
talk of
that's
the
more than
tribe.
the country of. That means they are tougher because look at them. 2019, they tried to remove Bongo. They did it again. I mean, I don't know, man. They seem to be tougher. I mean, I used to think they were soft. They were like French stooges, but they are looking like they are moving, harder than
No,
Cameroonians.
no, no. Epidemics. Having a coup d'etat doesn't mean you are powerful. It might just be a sleep. It might just be a failure on the president part. Most of the time, I've gone on satellite trying to find out where these presidential villa are located in most African
Oh,
countries.
really? Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've kind of realized that most of their presidential villa are located in the main city, right on the road, on the main road. That you just stand on the main road and see the presidential villa. In Cameroon, it's not like that. You have to drive almost like 30 miles from the capital city to where the presidential villa is, and you have to cross like 7 barriers, like
But Jude,
seven
Jude,
military stuff.
Jude, Jude.
So
Paul
it's
Biya
not similar to
is
all
not
these countries.
even Paul Biya is not even in the country.
Bro, it's not a matter of being. This is why I say it's different in Cameroon because okay, right now in Cameroon, where the presidential palace is, you have like 5 military
But
bases of
but
different.
he's not
Epidemic,
he's
let me
not
let me let
there.
me make
He's
this
not
point.
there. The guy
He's
is
not
not
there, but,
there.
but but you have 5 military bases from different tribes that do not want to be with each other. This he
Oh,
has said, okay, this military base, if something happened, this one. So and these guys are feeding good. These guys are the most paid in Cameroon, probably the highest paid. So it's like I don't know, man. I wish something like this can happen, but this guy have been in power since 40 years, so he knew who his military are. So I
okay.
wish.
Well, he did some shuffling. Let's go to
Yeah,
Kidola. I
yeah.
mean, I'm
I
just
mean,
surprised. I'm just surprised that the Gabonese are the stronger Bantus. Let's go to Kidola
yeah,
also.
yeah. Let me
I'm
let me
I'm
just
just
finish.
shocked by how weak the Cameroonians are. But go ahead.
Let me just finish. The guy that won the presidential election before Bongo took over, he's proud. He's from the border between Cameroon and Gabon. So, and he's a Fang, the same tribe with the Gabonese
So you
president.
guys lost all these stronger tribes to Equatorial Guinea and Gabon.
No, I mean the strongest tribe in all these countries, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, and part of the Republic, they are Fang, the Fang tribe, the Bulu people. They are the same, but in Cameroon they are not a majority. But in these other countries, they are the majority. 99% are them. But in
You
Cameroon, it's
guys,
only
you
the
guys
south.
need to import. You guys need to import some fangs so the fangs can come and save you guys.
No, 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 no,
I
no.
mean, it
Even the
looks like
Bantu,
because this new guy he's a fang, right?
he's a Fang, of course.
Yeah. So
But
it looks like the fangs are stronger.
No, no, Afidemos, when you talk of stronger, I mean, in a country where it's one tribe ruling, I mean, come on, man. I mean, you're gonna have people that, in Cameroon, you have over
But
250
Jude,
tribes.
but how
So
come
we are not gonna be.
the Fangs dominate? They dominate Central Africa.
No, they don't dominate. I mean, they dominate countries because that is their country, man. It's like saying, it's like going to
No,
Nigeria. They say the Fulani dominate Nigeria.
but they
It's the same
dominate.
thing.
They dominate all the
No,
rich countries in Central Africa. The Fangs
no,
do.
no. Apart from Equatorial Guinea and Gabon, that's it. That's their
Those are
country.
those are the richest countries there.
I mean, it's the richest country in Africa, quite all right. I mean, but come on, man. Like, are the Fulanis dominating Nigeria and other countries? Doesn't mean they are the biggest tribes in Africa. It makes no sense.
Okay,
You just have
you
to be
guys
where you are.
isn't what's his name? Paul Biya himself a Fang?
I mean, he's from the south. He's some kind of, I think he's Bulu, but I think Bulu is like under the umbrella of Fang. But I don't think so because
See, there we go. Paul B.
yeah, but
I knew he was a Fang.
I don't mean to cut you, but somebody left a comment. I want you to read that comment for Judith.
Which one?
Her name is Jeanette, or
is it the one says Judith? No one was more powerful than Mobutu in sub-Saharan Africa, but he got removed when they saw a little bit of weakness in him. This is true.
You see, Mobutu had help from other African countries. If you are not mistaken, the Congolese did not have to. He was not on their own, power to take out Mobutu. Foreign countries helped Mobutu. Rwanda, in particular, helped Mobutu.
But Judah, you
and other
cannot
countries,
discount the effort of Laurent Kabila.
Exactly, but what I'm saying is Laurent Kabila, with the help of Rwanda, don't forget there was a foreign spy, a guy that came from I think the Southern Americas and stuff. He was good in sponsoring coup d'etats in Africa. I forgot his name because I read about what happened. So, but, I mean, come on, man. This is the thing. You cannot take a coup d'etat in one country. This kind of thing is gonna happen in another country. I mean, I'm praying
but Judah,
but it's a different scenario.
I'm just surprised. The thing is, because I gave the example about certain ethnic groups rule certain areas. So I think in Central Africa, in that area, the Fangs are the creme de la creme over there. They seem to dominate because I'm not surprised that Paul Biya, despite living in a Swiss village, he's still using his Fang techniques, controlling you people far away. This is crazy. It's like the Fangs are colonizing you people.
Alfredemos, how can you say the Fangs are colonizing?
Well, they colonize the Fangs. They own the Fangs. Wait, hold on, Judah. Wait.
Is the Fulani president colonizing you, man?
No, but
what the hell are you talking about, man?
But if we see in a region, all the rich countries are controlled by certain group, like they control Equatorial Guinea.
Africa was divided. Before Africa was divided, you have tribes. You have tribes spread across African countries. You have Fulani spread across African countries.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean because there's a Fulani president in Nigeria, there shouldn't be a Fulani president in Benin or different countries.
No, but the Fangs control Equatorial Guinea, Gabon,
but
and a Fang. No, but a Fang is in charge in Cameroon too.
So what is your point? I mean, so it means because they control Equatorial Guinea, there shouldn't be a Fang president in Cameroon, or what? What do you mean?
Okay, well, we'll go to Kidola. We'll get back to you.
Thanks for letting me on, man. I want to thank the other panelists for showing up as well.
Wait,
thank
you. Are you leaving?
No, I'm not leaving. I might be around. I might stick around for a little minute, but
Okay, all right, no problem. Kidola, welcome to the Afrodamus Report.
Thank you, Afrodamus.
Kidola, you're seeing what is happening in the region. We see in Niger, next door to Nigeria, the people, they are not leaving. They are protesting in front of the French embassy. They don't want them. They said, you got to go. Gabon, even though there's question mark, there's coup d'etat there. Even Tinubu himself, Tinubu is saying, we don't want this to be a trend. So even he himself, he's worried. Kidola, I'll ask you two questions. Where do you think the next coup is going to be? And also, do you think ECOWAS got this one completely wrong? And now ECOWAS is weaker than we thought. Go ahead.
I think the next one will not be too far from my backyard.
Not too far there.
Not too far from my backyard, because the way things are going,
Yeah.
from these so-called, who call themselves democratic leaders, are not really democratic leaders. These are heavily corrupt people, people who have no interest in ruling a country that belong to everybody, where they be elected as a president. So you cannot expect these people to be anything. Look, you cannot elect. Look, a criminal can never know how to rule a country. That's one thing you have to understand.
Right.
A criminal is always a criminal. A criminal know how to steal. A criminal know how to commit offense. But a criminal don't know how to run the country. So most of these African leaders are all criminals. You understand? Their main purpose is to enrich themselves, enrich their family, and enrich their dogs. So
Yeah.
what
Did you see? Are you surprised by what is happening in Gabon? How much money these people keep to themselves while the people are poor?
Yeah, that's what I said. You see, when they overthrow them, you start seeing actually these people, they're just piece of something else. They are like paper. They're not so strong man as what people have in mind. Oh, they're so strong. You can see Magambo. You can see the guy was begging, make noise, make noise. You
Make
can
noise.
see, make noise.
Kidola, are you surprised that he looked like, the civil rights leader Martin Luther King? He looks like most of the black preachers.
They are connected, only that the black Americans are like female compared to these Africans. I think the black Americans should see that Africans don't play. When we make business, we make
Yeah,
business.
so Kidola, you think now the blacks that are watching, seeing how these things are happening in Africa, do they understand now Africa, how things work there? It's no joke.
I hope so. I hope that they understand. It's not by them making big mouth over United States.
Yeah, eating pancakes and sugar straws.
Sugar straws. I mean, this is what Africa. Africa is crazy, man. They can throw you out at any time. I said before, these guys are crazy guys. So Africa is not a different beast.
So Kidola, what do Nigerians? What are they saying about Niger? Like what is their feelings about what is happening? Because Niger, they are standing their ground.
Look,
what are Nigerians saying for the most part?
Nigeria doesn't want war with Niger. Nigeria should not use their size as a form of intimidation to other countries. You understand? That would be bad for us. That would be bad for everything we stood for. So there's no outside man that's going to fight Niger outside Niger. You understand me? There's no outside man that will take order for Yoruba man to go and fight in Niger. Let me just tell you the truth. If Tinubu send a Nigerian army to Niger, I bet you, I think this will change very, very fast, because the Nigerian people have a very deep connection with people with Sokoto, Kano, Zafara, Kebi. Some of all these states are they are like cousins,
So it's like the same people.
Yeah, they shared sometimes the same grandfathers, sometimes the same grandmothers, and they just crisscross each other there. You understand me? It's like part of Benin Republic or Togo with Nigeria. You understand me? Whereby they have this Yoruba connection over there. From Ebado, you can just link to all these areas. So it's not. Look, a Yoruba master will not even go and fight in Togo or go and invade a small part of Benin Republic, where they know they have a very big connection there. So, and ECOWAS, look, when you talk about ECOWAS, you talk about Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have the money to fund such a military adventure.
But why do you think Tinubu? Because Kidola, Tinubu said that it's even him. He's the reason why these people are not invading. What does he mean by these people? Do you think Tinubu is worried?
France wanted to use Nigeria as a front man. France wanted to use Tinubu You know Tinubu is weak, and Tinubu have other kind of like acknowledge problem like to legitimize as he really won the election. So Tinubu is in a very weak zone. The Americans can use Tinubu because they have everything about him. The French can also use him because he's going to France for medical treatment sometime and other things. So they all have everything. They have information about him a lot. They can use against it. So Tinubu is on the very weak side. You know what I mean? So
yeah, because the way I look at it, you're right. You mentioned if to fight Niger, for Nigeria to fight Niger, the border stretches they share with Niger. These people are all related. They are related to one another. The Nigerian houses are not gonna go fight
the Nigerian
houses they're not gonna do it.
They're not going to kill their in-laws. They're not going to kill their cousins. They're not going to kill sometimes they have brothers. You understand me? What you should look, there are a lot of Nigerians in Nigeria who are doing this motorcycle bike. I swear to God, you will think they're from the northern part of Nigeria, outside. When you ask them, are you from Sokoto? Are you from? They say, no, I'm from Niger. You understand me? Because some of them, it's difficult for them to speak English.
You know, Kidola, that's interesting. When I visited Gambia, like I think a year and a half ago, there was like I was getting pedicure and manicure. It was a Nigerian person, he told me he's Hausa. So I thought he was from northern Nigeria because in Gambia I'm familiar with the people from Nigeria. But he said he's from Niger. I could not even tell the difference. I thought he was Nigerian, but he's from Niger.
Most Nigerian army generals those days have deep connection to Niger. Most Nigerian army generals in Nigeria army have deep connection to Niger and Chad. You understand? So you cannot send people who they have similar great grandfather to be fighting each other. It's not going to happen. These people are more family-oriented people compared to what Tinubu is a Yoruba man. Look, a pure Hausa man, Muslim, they don't see Yoruba people as really Muslim. You know what I'm saying? So you as a Yoruba man sending Hausa to go and fight their people, it's not going to work. It's not going to fly. And Boko Haram is actually from those areas.
I have a question for Kidola.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I respect everything that you said about the Hausas. I do understand that, but you guys are starving your brothers, man. You are starving them to death, and Burkina has to send their food, man.
You're right, but doesn't mean that secretly business is still taking place. What I think the jail might be lacking at this moment might be the switch of that electricity. You understand me? Ubuari invests a lot in Niger. Ubuari built a railway station to Niger. You understand me? Even when Ubuari left, Ubuari said, if you people disturb me too much, Niger will protect him. You know what I'm saying? But right now, Niger will not protect him because behind the scene, he's the one pulling the string, like asking Tinubu to threaten Niger. But it's not going to work. Nigeria is not going there. The Senate, the Senate is not going to approve a war.
I know they're not going to go there, but to me, right? To me, they have to loosen the sanctions.
Very soon. Very soon they will do it. Very soon will do it. And you threatening Niger is a very, very big problem to Nigerians. Because you don't know, because these Nigerians they have people in the Nigerian army. You understand? It's a very big, you threatening them, it's a very big problem. So coup that is happening now is a coup against some of these civilian dictators. These are not democrat people, these are dictators being used as puppets against their own people. You understand me? More will follow.
I'm going to ask an international question.
Sorry, who was talking? Kidola, hold on. You were going to ask a question or you were going to speak?
An international question, because I'm from America.
Hold on. Okay, ask the question, but we have Zongo ahead of you. But
yeah, okay. Okay, I'm going to ask a question. Maybe somebody can answer. With all that turmoil in Africa, it is extremely risky to do business. It's going to cost more to do business.
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean the insurance because of the conflicts.
Well, they have the insurance. The insurance.
I'm talking about it's going to be more insurance company because they all the crews and everything.
But why should Africans care about that insurance? The insurance company is a European American company, anyways. Why should Africans care about that? The money is not going to Africans.
Well, I'm saying that the people, you got to look at the investor. Why would they invest? It's going to make it harder to invest.
Well, Africans are not worrying about the investor. You see, if your investment is not reaching the people, they are not going to care because what's in it for them? It's like seeing people make pies. Imagine Nat Turner, you sitting there, you're making the pies, but you're not allowed to eat it. You just can smell it. You just smell it. So would you care about whatever insurance the pie company has? You wouldn't care.
But how can we control? We just committed $56 billion to Africa.
Who is we? Who is we?
Me, the United States.
Well, why don't you go to go after the people that you gave your money to? These are puppets. The Africans are saying you're giving the money to the wrong people. Go to them because we are removing them. And let me tell you, who did you give it to?
Did you show him the suitcases full of money in Gabon?
Huh?
Did you show him the suitcases full of money in Gabon?
Hold on, let me show him. Let me show him. Natona, do you understand how much money these countries have? Do you understand this? They have lots of money. People, they just steal it.
Yeah, but how can we be punished for that? How can the American investors be punished for that? We can't help what your people do. These people are your families.
Atana, wait. You speak under the influence as a black person. You speak under the influence of a white person. There's no insurance in Africa. No insurance, not in Africa. And your money, your 52, whatever you call it, you have never been given to the African leaders. It's still United States. America don't just give money out like that to you. You understand me? They're not like Chinese. So don't talk about your money's in Africa. Your money's not there. And moreover, you look, black Americans just stay out of this because you don't even be recognized really as people that have influence.
Oh, they charge us taxes like everybody else.
No, but not Tona. Who did you all give your money to? Go to those people. You have to remember the people you're talking to in Africa. Let me show you. Here's the money. Hold on. Let me show you the money. These people that are quote unquote in charge, how much they steal. Here you go. Watch this. All right.
This read Tony Montana.
What we're saying is that
so what I'm saying is, Nat Turner, if you look at it, right, this is the situation. This, you cannot tell me this is legit. So obviously you have people who are thieves. If the United States, like you say in your tax dollars, people that are doing what you are saying, these are the people they sign deals with. Do these people look like honest people to you? Look at how much. Look at how much cash. This is. Look at how much. But they were not elected by the people.
We can't intervene. That's their country. We can't do nothing. They tell us to do what they want. We give them the money. We don't run their country.
But
they are sovereign countries.
Not Turner,
We
the
make business.
people.
So you saying we can't make business deals?
Not Turner, the people have spoken. The right people have spoken. They're saying your money, you just flushed it down the toilet. You gave your money to criminals.
So why should we invest?
We don't. They're not asking you. Did you not hear
We
Niger?
can't run these
Hold
countries.
on, hold on, Nat
We
Turner.
can't
Did
run these
you
foreign
hold on,
countries.
hold on? Let me, Nat Turner. Did you not hear the Niger reject all money from the United States? Did you not hear about this?
Yeah, they just did. And guess what?
They
They're gonna
rejected
go
it,
hungry.
and well, hey,
When those people go hungry, it their coup will be over. Believe me.
yeah, but what
When
do
them
you
babies
say
start
to?
crying
But what I'm
for
saying,
meal,
they rejected
okay,
they rejected anything. So you have no say.
they got the money. They got the money through that 56
What can you
billion.
accuse them of?
Not
They
Turner,
don't.
the
They
people.
They are not
just
accepting your
robbed the
money.
United States.
No, they
robbed
said.
the United States.
Hold on. They said they do not want American money. All they care about is they want Nigeria to open the border. They want to deal with their own black people. They don't care about money that you say. They don't want your tax dollars.
But in
They don't
Africa,
want it.
there's no own black people because it's like in
No,
Europe.
there is own black people because the only not Turner, the only thing. Hold on, not Turner. Let me tell you this.
Y'all got
You know,
tribal differences.
hold on, not Turner. You know why we're talking about Nigeria and Niger? Because only Nigeria can hurt them like they are. The Western country. Hold on, the Western countries cannot hurt them. They cannot.
Listen, they need America. All they need
No,
first.
they do not. They do not.
Yeah, food.
Why did they reject America? But
But
why did they reject America then?
came out.
Not
Only
Turner.
the first world made vaccines.
Not Turner. Let me ask you
Only
this.
the first
If they
world
need,
made vaccines.
hold on, not Turner. If they need America, why are they rejecting America then?
They're not rejecting it.
Yes, they are.
No.
Are you keeping up with the news?
They're poor over here, and we giving them welfare Section 8.
To the sellouts.
You
give it to the
so
sellouts.
many Africans that
After
ran over here that we funded them.
Afterdamus.
I'm talking about billions of dollars.
Not Turner. What will the United States do if they recognize the coup in Nigeria? What will they do next?
Listen, no,
Please
that's not
answer.
what
Please, if they say today the coup d'etat in Nigeria was successful, what will they do next?
Let me tell you, we just got to sit and wait because we lost
Give
a
me a
lot of money
direct
with them
answer.
coups. We had to take out
Give
our
me-
military. We lost a lot. Listen, that's not our business. We
Why
lost
don't you want
billions
to
of
call
dollars
it and
with
leave?
the
Because
coups.
you know if you call it, you gotta leave next. This has been the policy of the United States.
Yeah, why are you afraid to say it's a coup? Because you don't want to get kicked out too. Not
It's a
Turner.
coup. I said it. It's a coup.
Well, how come the United States wouldn't say it?
Why wouldn't they say it?
Listen, they were trying to be diplomatic.
Oh,
About
here we
what?
go.
Yeah,
About
it's politics. But you know, they crossing it. They got, you know, they waiting to see. You got to sit back.
But
and
you
see.
see, not Turner, you're contradicting yourself. You saying this? Hold on, these people need the U.S. right? But
They need the US.
hold on, they reject the money from the U.S. and the U.S.
They're
will
not
not.
rejecting
Hold
money.
on. The United States will not even dare call it a coup. How come they're not calling it a coup? Because they know the moment they say it, you see those Africans in front of the French embassy and the military, they would do the same thing to the United States and tell them, get the hell out of our
They
country.
did tell them to get out. They did tell them.
Look, now, Turner, you have to realize this is not a hood.
Let me say this.
Look, this is not just
no. Let me say this.
hoods in
The
America.
smart people stand back and look.
Hold on.
It ain't really worked out yet. Maybe in a couple months, the people going to find out life ain't better.
Afterdamus.
They going
I got a
hungry. Nigeria cut off
Afterdamus,
their electric. They
I got a
living in the
question for
dark.
Nat Turner.
And it might
Nat
not
Turner.
last. Just because they
Nat
had a coup
Turner.
don't mean it's going to last.
As we
Just
speak
because they had
today,
a coup
right?
don't mean it's going to
As we
last.
speak today,
They
do
got to
you
feed
think-
the people.
I
They
get
got to
you,
get
Nat
water.
Turner.
They got to get
Nat
electric.
Turner.
Hold on,
Nat
Nat Turner.
Turner,
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Nat Turner, I got a question for you. As we
Yes.
speak right now, do you try to tell me we cannot, like even my country right now, we can remove the United States from our soil? If
You
we
can
don't
do
want
whatever you want, but you got to
Okay.
feed the people. You got to
They
feed them
haven't been
people.
feeding nobody over here.
That ain't easy. It ain't easy running
They
a
haven't
country.
been.
Man.
Maybe We want them to feed you better, though.
Huh?
When we turn them to you, they will feed you better.
No.
Maybe if they leave the Sahel, right, they come back to the state. Maybe you guys will get your reparation. We want that to happen.
We don't need y'all. We don't need y'all. We gonna get it anyway.
We don't need you either. We don't need you either.
Yes, you
About
do.
what? To do what?
Y'all don't have the listen. Y'all don't have the infrastructure.
Hold on, not
Y'all don't have the infrastructure.
Let me
That's why
ask
the
you this.
people are there.
Hold on, Natona. Let me ask you this, and we'll go to Zongo so you can get your time too. Natona, if what you are saying, if that were true, why are the French willing to risk the lives of their ambassador, their military? You know, if this is just some dusty Negroes, they don't have anything.
I didn't say that.
Hold on. Why are they getting kicked out by the Negroes? But they are refusing to leave. Why are they refusing to leave? I just want I want to hear what you think. Why are they willing to go to war with the Negroes?
Well,
Why?
because listen, it's harder to get back in once they kick you out.
Is what?
It's harder to get back in once they kick you out.
Oh, I thought the neighborhood was bad. I
They-
thought the neighborhood was black. It was bad. I thought the black neighborhood was bad. Why?
It is bad.
Then why are they
I tell
fighting
you
to
why it's
stay?
bad. I tell you why it's bad.
But why are they
They
staying?
cannot produce the food to feed them people.
Not Turner. Why are they fighting to stay? They have to. Even the blacks have to turn off the lights of these people. They say we're shutting off the lights and water.
Yeah.
We want you out. We're going to deploy our Negro policies and arrest you white people.
Well,
but
listen.
but what I'm saying, if it's so bad, why are they refusing to leave?
Because listen, let me explain it this way. The coup was anybody could take a coup, run up there with guns.
No,
But
not anybody can do it.
Can do that.
Look at Cameroon. Look at Cameroon. They can.
You have to get armed.
Hold on, not Turner. Look at
$6 worth of food.
Not Turner. Look at Cameroon. Look at Cameroon.
They are landlocked. They need everybody around them. They are landlocked. You know what that means?
But they got friends. They already got friends.
They got 6 tractor trailers under heavy armed guard.
They got friends already, not Turner.
No, that ain't gonna help because one of them got killed.
The friends are helping them.
Putin killed that little Wagner buddy. Putin killed him, and they just killed him.
That didn't change anything.
What does that supposed to mean, though?
2
What
weeks
does
ago.
that supposed to mean?
He killed that guy.
The fight is still going in the Sahel without.
In Chinese, they do not play.
Not Turner. Hold on. I'll come back to you. Hold on, not Turner. Just a sec. Let's go to Zongo. Zongo, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Hello, Afridamus. Good afternoon to you.
Zongo, let me ask you, Zongo, where is the next one? Because Paul Biya, the leader of Cameroon, he's been in charge before Judah was even born, as you know. So do you think, because now the coup is knocking on the door of Cameroon, and their leader, Paul Biya, even though he's in Switzerland, he is doing the shuffling. But the one that surprised me is Kagame. Everyone takes him as the example. He also did some shuffling. And Zongo, what is happening? And then I'll bring you back to ECOWAS. But I want to focus on this other side. I want to hear your take. What is going on in that area, in that region, Zongo?
I mean, if all these leaders are reshuffling their cabinet, it means
the military, the army.
Oh, okay, in the military, it means there isn't much trust within the chain of command. They want to install people where that is going to have like 100% support of the incumbent.
But how can they guarantee it? Look at Ali Bongo. That's his cousin.
Exactly. I mean, but not necessarily just. I mean, maybe there were conversation held behind closed doors, and it may just depend on interaction with uh, the military over the years and seeing who are loyal and who are not loyal. Before they were able to reach that decision. So I understand. Generally, that's what I don't think it's just all of them. I think even people within the ECOWAS region should be concerned, even including the democratically elected leaders. They should be concerned too, because the happenings taking place in the region might be serve as a litmus test for these military members to probably take the leadership, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
So,
but
so
my
what do you think? What's the fear of Paul
but my
Biya, Paul
yeah,
Biya, or like Kagame?
yeah, but a lot of us we are pretty much concerned with the political change. I understand, but the real problem, plaguing the continent is not just the political atmosphere. It's just the economic independence that we don't have.
Yeah,
I
but
understand.
who is blocking?
Yeah,
Don't you
I
think
understand.
the political, because politics gives you the power,
Yeah.
and that power either closes you out of the economic opportunities or open the opportunities to you.
Yeah, but
So they go hand in hand. So obviously we can see in these countries the reason why the poor people are dancing
mhm.
is because they are not benefiting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of them are supporting the coup because a lot of the populace are really disgruntled, right? So it kind of makes sense. But I mean, the ones in government, I think a lot of them, some do have the qualification. Probably some were selected based on tribalism, or nepotism.
Yeah, because if you look at in the Central African region, it looks like the Fangs are the cream de la cream. They control all the rich countries,
Wait
Gabon,
till the
Equatorial
party's
Guinea,
over.
and Paul Biya
Wait till the
himself is a
party's
Fang.
over.
So maybe the Fangs are the real colonizers, colonizing
Yeah,
these
but
Negroes over there.
Wait till the party's over.
Yeah, but Afrodamas, I mean, see, even when I was in Ghana, we've always had this, conversation within the public discourse that we have to change our attitude. I think the Negro, these Negro Africans, they have a problem with their attitude too. They don't, they ha- they
What
don't have
like what,
like
what do you mean? You said the pseudo Africans. Like what do you mean?
the Negroes, the
The
Negroes.
Negroes. Okay.
Yeah, the Negro
So
Africans.
what is the problem with the
I
Negroes?
mean, they don't uphold integrity, and have respect for the law and constitution. I mean, you can't just blame all the power on external sources.
No, no. I'm
Fair share
dealing
of
with the
responsibility.
I'm talking about the internal, because you see all the people I showed here. All the people, like, because Paul Biya is not a white man. Just
Yes,
because he live in a Swiss village doesn't make him a white man. Just so
exactly.
you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're talking about the internal here.
Mhm.
So I say sometimes it's easy to just say seller. Maybe do you think these people engaged the
Yeah, but
population? They had vision, and then they just totally shut the door on their face.
the problem is a lot of people are happy now because they think a change of government might bring them economic prosperity.
Yeah,
But
but why wouldn't they celebrate it?
yeah,
They've
but I beg to
they've
differ.
had
I'm
they've
sorry.
had this one for years, and
Uh,
they didn't get any prosperity.
yeah, I beg to differ because I mean
Don't mean
this
they're
is
gonna
not a.
get a good deal now.
I beg to differ because this, current events has happened in the past, and we haven't seen any significant impact, right?
Okay,
Most of
Like,
the
what
Alchemist,
do you mean?
can I ask him a question before you continue?
Go,
Just a short
go,
question.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Zongo, I got a question. How do you being a Ghanaian living in America, right? Let's say talking about my country, are you able to gauge the situation that has happened before and now? How are you able to gauge that to determine we are doing way worse than before or we are doing better than before?
no, but
Are
I'm
you
not
do
just. I'm not
being
just
no no?
like.
I'm just asking you. Are you able to gauge that?
I mean,
Yeah, by sanctions.
what I wanted to say is that
You
see
read the
a lot of
news.
I look at it from the Ghanaian context, right? I mean, there have been a lot of dictators that came to power for several decades, and
Ask
we have
ask you
hold
a
on.
direct question.
Yeah, but
If you
I'm basing that based on like
Because you speak on
anecdotal.
Burkina quite a bit. That's why I'm just asking you.
Yeah, but I'm just basing. I mean, all these African, including Burkina Faso.
Okay,
I
go
don't
ahead.
care if even Ghana was
Go,
there's an
yeah,
coup
that's
over.
why. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, yeah. So the point I'm trying to say is that I mean most of these countries are still relying on primary way of producing their raw materials. They are not adding values to the chain of production. I mean, what do you expect? Is there going to be any kind of economic prosperity?
But Zongo, why do you think that is? Don't you think that would continue if they just keep these puppets in place,
No,
where they just give them white man's printed cash instead of Africans? Because think about it, when these people come in, when they come, the reason why they're in charge, they take control of the resources that belongs to everyone. So how can you genuinely blame the citizens for being poor when there's people in charge who control this? They are just puppets. They just hand over the wealth to to their European masters. How do you reconcile this? That's my point. Because in Gabon, for example, they have lots of oil. They're even part of OPEC.
Yeah,
You look at they have valuable timber logging in their country. They have other minerals.
yeah,
So if you have few people who are worth billion, what about the population? This belongs to all of them.
all of them.
What do you want the people? Because technically these are their oppressors. 56 years they kept them in poverty.
Yeah,
So why wouldn't they celebrate seeing them, being toppled? I understand what you're saying.
yeah. There are these.
Well, they have nothing to lose to, they have nothing to
Yeah,
lose
but after that,
because
must
because they are not gaining anything from the status quo.
yeah, but I
Yeah,
mean, the
that's how they
people.
make their money.
Now, Turner,
If you
hold on a
honest, you
second.
make less money.
I
That's
mean,
what
the
they think.
people. I mean,
You
the
make way
people.
less money, you be honest.
I mean, now,
You never
Turner,
thought about that, did you?
can you let me talk, now, Turner? I mean, after that, was the people always gonna be unsatisfied because they don't understand the way the business works, right? So, I mean, the point I'm trying to say is that a lot of these countries, they probably have these factories or manufacturing industries that have been left abandoned. Nothing has really, when new government come to power, they don't continue stuff that has been started by previous government.
Okay, for example, you talk about democracy, right?
But I'm
I'm
talking
glad
about.
I'm glad you said this. So okay, what about the people they are electing?
Mhm.
I'm glad you mentioned these factors. If these people are so smart, we talk about democracy. How come these people they elect cannot, change and improve the lives of the people then? If they are supposed to be legit.
I mean, I gave an example earlier, right? If a lot of if the party members that came to power, some of them use their money to, personal money to come into power. What do you expect, or what do you expect them
But
to do?
but it's
They're
not the
gonna
same
do.
case everywhere.
I mean, but in most cases, if it's democracy, I mean, people still gonna, I think we do have a problem of our attitude. I don't mean to shout at
But no,
anybody.
but 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 but,
Afidamos,
but Zongo,
can I
Zongo,
make a
Zongo,
statement,
Zongo.
please?
Let me give you an example, right?
Afidamos,
Zongo,
Afidamos,
Zongo.
Afidamos, Afidamos,
Wait, let me ask you something,
Afidamos.
Zongo.
Let me make a statement. Um, Nkrumah, we achieved independence in 1957. Nkrumah had this, incredible idea of trying to industrialize the nation. He built a lot of industries and factories. Guess what happened? When there was successful military coups and stuff like that, even democratically elected president came into being, most of these factories have been abandoned.
Yeah, but
Most of them
Zongo,
have been
Zongo. Let's
abandoned.
be honest, Zongo.
And they
Since when
and then
Zongo, when Kruma, look at
and then we have a
Kruma, right?
culture of maintenance as well. A lot of
Zongo,
people.
Zongo. Let me say this real quick. There's a reason why
Mhm.
outside of Ghana and other places, Kwame Nkrumah is seen as a visionary and a smart leader. You know why? because he was only in Ghana for a short period of time.
Exactly.
Sure, he was there for a short period of time, but what he is even achieved and proposed and put in place, all these people that came after him, none of them can measure up to him.
I mean, Afridamus,
None of them can. Name one.
No, exactly.
There's a reason why people say his name, because none of them can measure up to him. Like somebody can be like, okay, I'm against the Pan-African view, whatever, but his Pan-African view and what he proposed and what he's done, can you compare Kwame Nkrumah to Nana Akufo? Nana Akufo is trying to be like Kwame Nkrumah in just speech. Kwame Nkrumah, he put his life, literally, his life on the line. Do you understand? Like, for him to get removed, the United States played a huge role.
Yes,
it's a CIA job. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that here. So what does that tell you? If you leave Kwame Nkrumah mono a mono with the Ghanaians, they cannot remove him. He's smarter than most Ghanaians. Let's just be honest. They can't remove him. They needed the white man to kick him off, and they brought those, those tap dancers, those Ghanaian tap dancers. You see?
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do? Look out, boys, it's coming through. Yeah, man, yeah, man. Boy, he got it.
Zongo, if you look at it, at least, hold on, Zongo. For example, Kwame Nkrumah, right? Let me give you an example. Kwame Nkrumah, fine. Someone might disagree with him whatsoever, but one thing, anyone can, even though Kwame Nkrumah, he's got an Egyptian wife, some might say white, whatever. But let's be honest, Kwame Nkrumah, no one can question his loyalty, right? And where his head is. No one can question that. He's willing to sacrifice his life. He's all about, he's not hating other races of people. He's all about his black Africa, uniting it. And he didn't only do it in speech. He put it in action. He put his life on the line. So that's something to be respected.
Yeah. The reason why I'm saying that, and I'm not disagreeing what you're saying. See, a lot of the money that Nkrumah used to facilitate the struggle of independence in other countries, which is a good thing that most Western, diasporans.
Hey, someone has to make a sacrifice sometimes.
Yeah, I'm saying that a lot of people in Ghana, the locals, they disagree with that.
But that's what I'm saying. The people on the ground,
are tribal in their approach.
Yeah, they are small thinkers.
Exactly.
Kwame Nkrumah was ahead of time. He is thinking bigger.
Exactly.
Bigger.
Afadamus, the way you put it, right? You took the word out of my mouth, because Zongo is talking about the little man in Ghana.
Yeah.
The little man was going to reap the benefits when Kwame Nkrumah, establishes everything he wanted to do around Africa. The little man in Ghana was going to benefit, but because they did not want to wait, they wanted to get the benefit right away. That's why they didn't give Kwame.
They had to remove him.
They had to remove him. So we don't talk, Zongo, we don't talk about the little man over here. Sometimes it's going to take time. Yeah. It's going to take time. That's what I ask you as an African. When those countries they are making the progress that they are supposed to make, why are you there trying to judge that if you don't have anything else to say?
Yeah, but for me, I'm pretty much focused on the ones that are against those governments. Because
but Zongo, why focus on those who are against? See, Kwame Nkrumah, for example, right?
Hold on.
Look at. Let me give you an example. Let me wait, Zongo. Just an example, right?
It's the military that deposed him from power.
No, but let me tell you, I will do a show. Let me tell you, I will do a show to show you fact proof that Kwame Nkrumah, in fact, removing him, right? It's even, Lyndon B. Johnson, United States president, his hand was in it, because Kwame Nkrumah, his main mission, wasn't just uniting the Negroes in Africa. His main mission was to unite the African continent. He wanted 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 to unite the African Kwame Nkrumah wanted the Negroes in America, the Caribbean. He wants to make it a one Africa thing, even though the blacks live outside of Africa, but it would be stretchy where Africa's protection would reach the blacks too. So now you understand. Now you understand why they had to take him out, right?
No, I actually read his book when I was in Cyprus.
Yeah, he is beyond. He's bigger than Ghana. This is what you need to know. He's
Zongo
bigger
is
than
not
Ghana.
Zongo is national politics. Is national. Okay, let me finish. His national politics didn't get him killed though. That's the international politics.
Yeah,
The same with
international
Thomas-
politics.
The same with Thomas Sankara. It's not the national. We're looking at the
Yeah.
national. Oh, this guy killed him in '87. No, that's the international politics. When they came to the United Nations in America, yes, they were made targets.
Yes.
You
I mean, the point
understand?
I'm trying to say is that the same military within his faction, his own military people that he selected were the ones that deposed him from power. That's the problem.
But that's what we are telling you, Zongo. Those people got corrupted. Here's the thing.
So I'm saying
In Africa, what you are looking, what I'm saying, you're looking at the little man who comes in and throw dust in. For example, okay, if you look at Kwame Nkrumah, even some I'll be like, okay, maybe he might look like a dictator, but the honest truth is, Kwame Nkrumah's focus was not like only Ghana. His focus is international, meaning the welfare of the international black man. How is the African going to be received and viewed in the world? He wants to empower Africa because you do realize Ghana cannot be great, without the rest of Africa, because you look like the rest of us. You're not gonna get the respect.
Exactly.
So Kwame Nkrumah understands that the black man, not only in Africa, cannot get any respect if the white man is able to kill the black man in America with impunity, or kill the white man on the streets of Europe with impunity. So Kwame Nkrumah's fight is to unite Africa, where you cannot just go and see the Negroes and kill them and get away with it. Do you understand that?
Yes or no?
Or take economic advantage over Negroes anywhere on earth. That was his fight. That's why they had to remove him. So you're thinking national. Those people they used to remove Kwame Nkrumah, those were just stooges. They were just puppets. That's all.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm trying to say is that the dynamic I'm trying to say at that time, a lot of people kind of view him as someone. I mean, instead of democracy, he became authoritarian. His approach, right? And then they use that as a justification to overthrow him, right? And most of his opposition party kind of backed that, right? So that's the same thing. I'm trying to draw a correlation with this current coup happenings in these countries, right? Even in the case of Niger, the reason why France is saying they don't want to leave is that they believe the current military leadership now in power are not legitimate because they didn't come to power through election, right? That's the point.
But Zongo, in Niger, right? Zongo, in Niger, hold on, Zongo, in Niger is the opposite. You do realize that, right? In Niger, they have a puppet in place. The people did not choose him. Kwame Nkrumah becoming a leader, he no one can say it's rigged. He won while he was locked up. He won from a jail cell. Do you understand that? He was locked up and the people still chose him. That tells you that the people are with him. Go ahead.
Yeah, no significance in America though.
If I had seen the show earlier,
hold on, not Turner, one at a time.
If I had seen the show earlier, right, I would have sent you a link about the election that took place in Niger. Everybody said he was elected, right? Do you know they put his main contender in power before the election? In Niger, Zongo, do you know that? His name is Amadou. He live outside the country. They put him in jail before they had the election. This is the guy that everybody is saying he was elected rightfully and he's supposed to come back. His
Yeah,
political
but
party did that to another. No, his political party did that to another opponent.
yeah, but I don't think a lot of them kind of imposed the Westerners put the puppet in
But
power.
but
I
but
think
Zongo, Zongo,
Afrikaners can
Afrodamus,
Zongo,
take it too.
Zongo. You
Afrodamus,
know why?
Afrodamus.
You know why Nelson Mandela went to prison in Robben Island for 27 years? You understand why?
'Cause he was against the status quo at that time.
Okay, before Nelson Mandela, it was Kwame Nkrumah was the first one. He went to prison. He won from these very castles that people visit today. One of them used to be prisons. He
Yes,
was put in those prisons. He won from out of there.
yes, you're definitely right.
So what does that tell you about him?
Yeah, but I mean, the point I'm trying to say is that when he came, he built industries and factories, right? But the Negroes who came after him, they left it destroyed. So
Yeah, because that's how the white man wanted it.
no, is the problem is from the Negroes.
No, that's how the white man wanted it. Because first of all, why would you the Negro with the vision, to empower everybody? Why is he getting removed? And you bringing in Negroes who only are thinking local. They are thinking local. They're not thinking about the strong empowerment. First of all,
So it means we
like
have
me,
a problem with the
Zongo,
education
if I
system.
ever become a leader like in Gambia, right? To me, if I cannot influence and try to empower Africa as a whole, I wouldn't want to even be in charge. The territory is too small. Why would I care? I wouldn't. But the bigger picture is Africa.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to say is that a lot of these
Kwame Nkrumah,
the point I'm
Kwame
trying to
Nkrumah was thinking. So what they did was when they brought that major, what's his name? Is it what's his name? The one that replaced him, Tokoka.
oh yeah, Kotuka.
Yeah, him. That guy. Nobody remembers that guy.
Yeah, only
What,
the
what,
F-word.
what if you ask anyone
His name are
about him? What can you? Nobody even remembers his name.
no, I don't remember all the military coup.
But look at even
all of
Thomas Sankara. You know how long he was in charge? Not very long. Why do people still remember him? Because of his vision. I'm telling you, it's not about your little tiny country. Because us in Africa, we cannot rise while other people are suffering. Our neighbors are suffering.
people
It's
ask
not
I'm
gonna
Kuni.
work.
People say I'm Kuni, but after that, I want to make a statement about what you said about the roads, because you did mention of stuff like that about the roads. What are these Negroes doing about these roads? Hey, growing up over there, also a lot of them do something about. See, where I come from, they used to have something called like communal cleaning at the market, even the roads. When there's potholes, they used to take sand to to cover the potholes. But they just use their limited way of doing the best that they can to cover these potholes. They don't have this ability to do that, right? But a lot of them make attempts to make the repairs, and they take money from the drivers. You see that in most countries. I'm sure if some of you witness that in your countries as well. So they do make that effort, but it's the level of orientation that they have. It's not comparable to what you guys have in the West. It's different, you know. What you
But
guys is
but but,
well,
but Zongo, the standard. That's what I'm telling you. That standard was Kwame Nkrumah. That's what I'm
exactly.
trying to tell you.
Yes, exactly. He
That's
knew this.
that's what Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara. Go back and listen to their speech.
Yeah,
I think I need to do videos on these people again and
yeah.
refresh people's memory, and also for you guys to see why he really got removed. I want you guys to really see why he got removed. I'm telling you.
Oh, finally, Gray is showing up a face now.
Oh my God, Zongo, bro.
Yeah,
To be honest,
Afidamas, this guy
Zongo,
Zongo, ever since he came on your stream, the views have been going down. He's
Zongo,
boring us, man. He's almost putting us to sleep. Please move on to the next person, Afidamas.
Zongo.
Oh,
I think, right. I think,
I
to be
mean, a lot
honest
of
with
people
you,
don't
right.
like my
No, no,
view. I
no,
don't
no, 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 no. Your view is great, right? But sometimes you just throw a little subliminal.
I'm not
Sometimes,
trolling. I'm not trolling.
yeah, yeah. I'm just being honest with you. Like, we want to deal with facts, right? Like
Yeah.
sometimes you just give your opinion and you want to stick on that. Like even we give you opposing opinion based on the fact that we live on here and we have experience. about what's going on in the Sahel, you still deny. You are a denial. I mean, I don't understand that. I'm like, you live in the West, you don't know what's going on in here, but you are
The
like,
point I'm
okay.
trying to say is that
So I
progress
don't
is not
get
going
it.
to happen overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. Forget about it,
Nobody
right?
expect nobody listen, no
It's not going to
over
happen
here.
overnight.
Yeah, but
A lot of
Let me give
people.
you
Zongo,
an example.
Zongo,
Let
Zongo.
Can I finish a point
let me
without nobody
no,
interjecting?
let me
Hey
finish.
man, you've
So
been
you are
talking for 30 minutes straight. Abidamas, come on, man.
Zongo,
This guy there,
Zongo,
he's trying to monopolize your stream now. He's not
Zongo,
even good for
Zongo,
views. The views are going down, man.
Zongo. The hard part for
I
what you
mean,
don't
if
understand
a
is
lot of people are
we have
antagonized by what I'm
Zongo.
saying, then
We
I'm
have
kind of
taken the
Bro, no one is
we have
antagonized. You're just boring, man.
listen,
Make your point.
I'm just
You're
Zongo,
neither high IQ or entertaining. You're just in the middle. You're boring, bro.
Zongo, we have taken the longest roads. This is gonna hurt us on the long run. And this is what the people have chosen. We know it's gonna be difficult. And I'm happy that we have decided to do that. You don't understand. So you don't get it. You think people in here they are applauding the coup because it's going to be easy because they like the military. They know it's going to be hard.
Well,
Get
I'm
the
saying the
message that
economic
comes out.
independence because a lot of people, the
Absolutely, it's going to have to happen based on the
people.
information that we have here that you don't
I'm
know.
saying that people are supporting the coup because they think the change of government might result in economic independence. They might see the result of that
Okay,
in their individual lives. I'm saying it's not happening anytime soon.
okay, we don't know.
Because
Okay,
a lot of
Zongo, Zongo,
Okay, Zomba,
Zongo. Let
wait.
me.
a lot
Abidamas,
of
1 second. First of
a
all,
lot of hold on,
can we let
a
the
lot of
beautiful sister down here speak? This guy, Zongo, he sounds like he
Yeah.
has mucus stuck in his nose when he speaks. It's putting us
All
to
right.
sleep,
Wait.
Abidamas, please.
Hold on.
I
Okay.
have a
We
question.
got Gwe. Go
I
ahead,
have a
Gwe.
question. I've been listening. I just got off work, but I've been listening. I've been listening to you guys and stuff. I have a question for Zongo. Like, it sounds like you don't have faith in the African people.
no. I'm trying to let the African people redirect their focus, thinking that the leadership change might result in any some kind of economic prosperity. It's not going to happen.
But Zongo, what do you want
You
us
know,
to do
they
then?
gotta focus more like in changing the attitude, the typical. Because you see, like the people in power are the representation of the people on the ground. A lot of people act that way.
No, not
If
in
you give them
Africa
the,
though. Not necessarily, because in Africa,
a lot of
whoever.
people are corrupt over there at
Well,
the
what I'm
local
saying is,
level.
well, that's true. I mean, every government around the world is corrupt. It's just how you do the
No, but
corruption.
our
And
case is even worse. At the
I
airport, if
understand
you
that.
travel, you go to the airport, they're gonna take money from you.
True. That is true. They still
If
do that. I know.
investors come into the country to invest, they want a kickback.
Yes.
Investors,
And
someone
that's
from the West doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, but
no,
Zongo,
what I'm
that's what
saying
we're
is,
talking about. How to change that, because the
yes,
leaders
it
that
might.
you,
That's what I'm
the
saying.
leaders, good leaders, are
It,
needed.
yes.
Because you
If
see, what Kwame Nkrumah, I bet you, if they didn't interrupt what mission he was on, I can assure you, if he continued in Ghana, you're not going to show up in Ghana's airport and receive and giving bribes to people. He
No,
would have changed all that.
a lot of people were taking bribes even during under his government.
Yeah,
That
but
was
he's
like,
gonna change it. He was going to change it. That's
I
why
mean,
they wanted
the
him
point I'm
out.
trying to say is the attitude of a leader itself is not going to make a drastic change. It's an institutional
Gwe, what do
problem.
you think about what he's saying?
Institutional
no,
problem.
I understand where he's coming from, but I think he's leaving out the part where there's a lot of people in Africa that are not very literate when it comes to like the running of government and all of that stuff. But I think if you put leadership in place, especially good leadership, not somebody that's just the puppet for the West, you have to put somebody that is going to represent the people and actually care for the people in the country. So I think Zongo is getting ahead of himself because even with every country, it's the same thing we thought when we were running around Liberia talking about, you kill my mom, you kill my father, I'll vote for
Yeah.
you, and the people thought that he was going to bring change, and they needed something to believe in at that time because what they had was worse. And what he did was he took the country and he did a good thing by giving the country back and having election and all of that stuff, but not knowing that having him in power was going to be he was going to be so evil to his own people, even though he wasn't a puppet for the West. That's why the West didn't like him, but he was evil to his own people. We made it worse for him also, but had he done good things for his own people, the people would have supported Taylor because Taylor stood up against America and wasn't in in favor of them.
You know, honestly, he did like Taylor. If things didn't turn out, Taylor would have been like one of the realest like Pan Africanists.
Yes.
But because Taylor completely is no, you can't hide it. It's clear. Taylor is known to go against white people and America. Everyone knows this. So just what he did with his own people, that's where he went wrong.
That's what make it so easy.
He wasn't totally against white people, married a white woman.
See,
No, Taylor wasn't married to no white woman. He had Liberian women. What are you talking about?
So
The wife is, the ex-wife is the vice president of the country now. What are you talking about?
She's black.
Yeah, his wife was black. What are you
What
talking
I'm saying is, if
white woman on the throne.
Can I give you an example? Can I give you an example so that you guys can understand the point I'm trying to say, right? Let me give you a practical example, right? In Ghana, for instance, right? In the oil and gas industry, right? Most of the oil companies operating in the field are mostly foreign companies. Most of the time. You know? The way the industry kind of work is that if any investor from the outside comes to operate over there, you have to deal with the national company. And the national company has a share in that, which is 10%. But mostly is the investor from outside that invests to discover the oil. They know they have the reserves, but where the oil is actually located, they don't know it. Someone has to invest that. Someone has to bring money. Someone has to bring their equipment, the human capital to do the job, right? So mostly it's the people from the Europe and America, and some even Japan. You know, they're building like incredible ships to do the to kind of like process the oil that has been produced, right? Why? Because Ghana recently discovered the oil. Initially, the oil was discovered like 60 years ago, but the production was at a small quantity level. So much
Zongo, hold on. Is Kwame Nkrumah the only real Ghanaian who is Pan-Africanist? It sounds like you are more focused on you're like super capitalist. You know, the Africans. Let the white people come and make money. I mean, that's what it sounds like. But the Africans, if this oil and resources is coming from the African soil, you cannot alienate and cut off the African people. They need to be able to benefit from this.
I'm not done with my.
That's my point.
I'm just giving a background.
Okay, all right.
Let me make my point. I'm just giving you guys a background, right? So that's what is currently happening. But even coming to the U.S., I see locals are the ones having the share of the cake. Why the same policy is not implemented? They have it over there in Ghana, but it's capital intensive. There's not even like how do you call it? Stock exchange whereby the locals can invest to give people access to the capital so that they can go outside and make discoveries and start producing. I mean, the locals, right? They don't have systems like that. How do you know about
but Zongo, that's what we're talking about. Okay, fine. The system is not there. But why isn't the system there? We know that this system is needed. That's why the people who don't implement these systems need to be removed completely and put other people in charge who understand what needs to be done. These countries cannot be run. Okay, let's look at Sierra Leone, Liberia. For example, I grew up in that region, right? Why do you think that war was so intense? Because I grew up in like close to the Liberian border, where like it's like diamond region. People are seeing the diamond coming from there, but people cannot even afford rice. They are poor. So if war comes, they are seeing their resources going. People can find out diamonds, how much money they cost. They're expensive, but they can't even afford rice. How do you think they are going to feel? How do you think they are going to feel? What they are producing is creating wealth for people while they are poor. How do you think they're going to feel?
They're gonna be disgruntled. Like, I mean, obviously they're gonna get mad. And the same thing is happening in Ghana too, Afidamas, right? But the point I'm trying to say is that, right, how do we change it? Because this is the problem now. I'm just highlighting the problem.
But you change it by having those companies train the Africans and teach them that. When you make a deal with these companies, you have to make sure. That's what the guy from Burkina Faso, even when he went to talk to
Russia,
to Russia. Yeah, he told him, he said it's not gonna be the same. You're not gonna be taking stuff from here, carrying it over there. You're gonna have to come here and build it, teach the people, show them how to do these things, and invest in our country. So, like, these people need to be taught these things because they're not really educated about these things at all. There's
Let me
only
give
few
you
people in
let me
Africa and
So
around Africa.
Zongo, are
let
you
me give you an
opposed to Zongo? Are you opposed to what Gwe just
Yeah,
said?
like
Don't you
Africa
think they should set up the factories there and like for
and teach the people.
No, they have it over there. But the point I'm trying to say is the way the business model is set up, right? It doesn't favor the ones who owns the resources because the one who
Change
owns
the
the
model,
resources.
sir.
Hold on, St. James. I'm just giving you. I'm just highlighting something, right? So we can have a conversation, right? I'm just saying the way the model is set, it doesn't favor the one who doesn't invest to discover the oil themselves. It is on your land, but if you don't invest to discover it yourself, and another instance that I personally
Zongo,
witnessed myself.
your investment for discovery cannot be greater than the land that it's on, because without that land, it's not going to happen. And on that land, people live on that land. Okay, so when you start exploring, it's going to affect their life. So these people, this is their land, their homeland. That's the only place
I'm
they
talking
know.
about off. See,
No,
I think
but
a lot of
still,
people
even offshore, people are not gonna go fishing in that region.
yeah, it's
They
impacting them.
need. This is what I'm saying. Africa is the only place where the people hear all this wealth from our ground, and the people are not benefiting. So these are one of the reasons of the coups that we are seeing. The idea you are saying, these investments can never be sustainable, as long as the same status quo to come and just rip it out of Africa and take it to Europe and America. The
And the
people,
reason why they're doing
yeah, it's
that,
not gonna happen.
yeah, and the reason why they're doing that is because they have puppet in place. Okay, let's say you leave those puppet in place, right? Because I guess you against what happening. So let's leave those people in place. Do you rather the people stay there and allow that and just suffer until
No, I'm
whenever
not.
they
No, I'm
decide
not
to
saying.
die?
No, I'm not even. I'm not. Gway, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying most of the plot. It's not like the investors came and stole it. Something you sold it to them because they have the knowledge and the equipment to discover it, right? But because you discovered very recently, you don't have the knowledge. It's going to take time to have a transfer of knowledge. It's going to take time.
So
It takes
Zongo, what should the Africans do in the meantime?
Yeah, but don't you think,
and
Zongo, the
another
person who
point.
actually own the land needs to,
But the point
because
I'm
they're
trying.
not educated about what's on that land, so they don't have. So I think that's where somebody needs to step in on behalf of that person to say, because if you just sell the land and the oil is on the land, they have no incentive that guarantee them any type of money afterwards. They just get the money and that's it. There needs to be some type of benefit that comes back to them, at least either 10 or 15% of
But
that,
wait,
they
Can
can.
I make a little point, Zongo? I'm not gonna talk that long, but this is
hold
the
on,
thing that
hold on,
most
TJ. Let me finish this one, and I'll let you jump
Zongo,
in.
come on, man,
Let me
go
jump in
ahead.
this one, right? Gway, what you saying? The average person back there is not thinking like you. Because I was once in an office. Hold on, I was one in the office. A lady, a local, who went to the offshore where they process the oil, and she had a trust in the daddy over there. And he's just an average guy in the US, but she trusted he knows everything. And he's just a college student for like her, but she has more faith in him than herself, and they are both graduates. So
My
there's
sister,
something wrong with the psyche. That's the point I'm trying to tell you guys.
Yeah,
my
but we
sister.
know that though, especially coming to the West, we understand that those people need to be educated because when it comes to those things, they're very literate about it. So what I'm saying is, if you don't educate the people, you cannot blame the people for the not knowing these things because they're not educated on it.
Yeah, so I'm
My
saying
sister,
go ahead.
Zongo, let me just make a little point. I'm gonna be out for a little minute. This is the thing, right? No resource Africans own resources, but they don't have control over their resources because Africans have given all their resources to collaterals for all these Western organizations. That is why Africa remains poor, because if an African person or a country is loaning money from World Bank or all these things, you have to put down collaterals. Africans put down their resources over to these white organizations. And if Africans cannot pay back, their resources is being run by the white man. That's why you see an African president comes in power, but cannot control anything because the resources he's
Judy,
not
I'm sorry.
controlling it. That's why.
IMF loans are
That's
not
why you
backed
see
by
one thing.
collaterals.
Let me finish. Let
Sorry.
me finish.
IMF
Bro,
loans are not backed by
can I
collaterals.
just
I'm
finish?
sorry.
Can I just finish? You're gonna talk when I leave. This is the thing. This is why coup d'etats are mostly acceptable in some places because when these guys comes in power, they don't go by what the signings or the memorandum that these countries have signed with Europeans. They kind of distort it and cut it out. But if Africa remains democratic, Africans will never control their own resources because their
Yep.
resources are run by the white man. They have given it out for collaterals, and that's just my point.
Yes, Judah is right. When they say democracy, aka meaning, the Europeans have control over it. We all learned in the Liberian War, for example, when Charles Taylor came in, they had the Firestone Company there. Go back, watch the documentary. The Firestone, where they were located, if they don't tell you, you would think it's the United States, the way it was built, even the way,
Yeah.
like the war was going, the people were there, they were golfing. They were giving Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor went and paid them a visit. He was like, look, you don't need to worry about anything as long as you give me. He agreed with them. They were giving him $11 million every month from the robber from Liberia. But prior to that, Firestone, when I came to the United States, my mind is blown. Every other tire you see is from Firestone. That means it's from Liberia.
Yeah.
Why is Liberia poor? Why do you think they agreed to give Charles Taylor $11 million every month and continue to live? So the reality of it is they put puppets in place. There's a reason why Charles Taylor asked for that amount of money, because he knows how much money is being taken out of Liberia. That's just from rubber. They didn't come to the timber. They didn't come to the timber, the palm oil, or the diamonds or gold. They didn't come to all that. So this democracy, they say, what they do is they bring in people who are puppets. Okay? This money goes straight to just them. These people are not putting any reforms in place. They're not talking about anything that is benefiting the people. That's why you're seeing the people on the streets celebrating. Ask yourself, like Charles Taylor or Fode Sanko in Sierra Leone, why did they have support? Have you ever asked yourself this? Even though they paint them as monsters, but they had people that loved them. Why did they love them? That's what you got to ask yourself.
And not only that, when it came to fight, when after Chancellor got control of the country, because when Doe was there, Doe actually signed a contract with America for the rubber in the country for 99 years. When Chancellor got there, he said, "You didn't sign that contract with me, so that is valid." So you know, like when you don't have a puppet in place, like Afrodamis is saying, you can cut that and make a good deal for your country, because they don't have they need the rubber to be able. Can you imagine in Liberia, like a average person in Liberia have to buy used tire for their car, and they pay so cheap for it, but you buy the tire over here for $400-500 just for one tire. So when Chancellor got there, he was like, it's just that Chancellor turned on his own people, but he would have been one of the greatest leader of all time, or you know, of like a generation, because he was very good turning against them. But then he turned against his own people, which end up making the America to use the people to get him out. You know, because there was no way they could have done that without the support of the people. They needed the people to rise up, and once Liberia rise up, they didn't care after that because of what Taylor was doing to his own people, even though he was getting all that money. So what we're saying is they need people in power that are not puppets, because they will be educated enough to make good deals, and they will be educated enough to know what will benefit, and let these people come and build roads and develop the country, and not just, you know, pay them, give them like, oh, we owe y'all, but basically say, okay, you do this, we give you this, and we don't owe you, you don't owe us, and that's it.
See, let me tell you one thing, right? See, I've been in Turkey before, right? And one thing that became very obvious to me, my first time when I traveled for the first time outside of Ghana, I'm like, I noticed the people over there, they are very nationalistic in their approach. Something that I never saw when I was in Ghana, even in other African countries, right? I'm like, oh, I see why maybe they want to do something by themselves. If these people can do it, like Germans are doing it, they want to even do it. They don't even have knowledge about the oil and gas industry, but they want to go outside their country to
But
even.
Zongo, why do you think that is? Again, that's what I'm saying. The education is stifled because they have puppets in place. Again, I'll come back to Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was using the approach to try to educate the people, and so he is not the perfect person. Thomas Sankara, he's talking about self-reliance. They had to remove him. Anybody that talks about this, they had to get rid of you.
Yeah, but
That's what I'm trying to explain.
The point I'm trying
You
to
see,
say is
Zongo
that
is always talking, right? And he doesn't listen. That's the problem with Zongo.
Yeah, I
When
know this Zongo.
he
Yeah,
just talks. When you talk about self-reliance, right? These guys, the Kwame Nkrumahs, the Thomas Sankaras, right? They have to put in results which made the West scared of the system they are put in place. They saw the results. They were like, no, we can't let these guys stay longer. That's why they got removed. What my sister says is very true. Even when we got our president, the newest one right now, Afrodamus, do you know the country doesn't even know how much gold is leaving the country? Do you even
look
know
at
that?
that. Yeah.
I was so ashamed of myself that we have politicians, leaders who don't even know how much gold is leaving the country. Zongo, this is where we are at in 2023. And this guy is putting everything in place. He told all these company man in Burkina, man, until we get that situated, we can't sign anything else.
And St. James, this is interesting. For example, like I'm a business owner, right? I have dealt with people. I'm telling you, people that their intention is to steal from me, they would confuse the information any way possible to do it. They would try to confuse it. So if you're not in the business even sector, you will not know this. You would encounter people who would just cause the chaos so they can be able to steal from you. You don't think they are deliberately keeping the Africans ignorant? Are you
Absolutely. Absolutely. They don't even know how much resources they are taking out of these countries.
Yeah.
Even look at Niger. There was a guy, there was a guy even 2 days ago. They were talking about the uranium, right? And they were like, yeah, Nigeria is like number 7 in the world or number 8. They were trying to minimize the level of uranium in Niger because of the coup. And the guy was like, man, because look at the French not trying to leave. The European Union is backing the French. This is not little. This is a lot of money. And they will always tell the Africans, oh, you guys are poor. We're here helping you. And people like Zongo, yes, yes, yes. Come on, man. You gotta start thinking.
Okay, but it's not.
You say you have all these resources. Why don't you send all these people in
that
Ghana?
resource alone is not
Send them to learn about how to
change the
exploit their
lives of
own
the
resources first. Send them to good school. You have resources. Send them to good school. Don't sign any other contract until you know the locals know how to exploit the resources. Sankara did that. The first oil, the first gold reserve that was found in my country, Sankara was there. People from the West came to the country. He saw the contract. He told them, "No way. There is no way I will sign this." He sent them back.
Anytime I say something, I get a pushback because I don't know like what to say.
No, but Zongo,
I
don't be
get a pushback
surprised.
from a
Don't
lot
be
of people.
surprised. Zongo, don't be surprised about the pushback because what it is Zongo, the reason why you get the pushback, for example, even I believe that if you don't show people the education, you don't show them, they won't know like things that I know. If I didn't have the education, the know-how being shown it, I wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
So we cannot just say dismiss and say, oh no, the Africans don't know about this stuff, so therefore they should be poor. That doesn't make sense. Because like like everybody on this panel is from Africa. We had to learn things. If we can learn and know it, what makes you think the people on the ground they can be taught and also know it? They can. We come from there.
Yeah, Afinamas, even the example that I gave you, right? How the business model in the oil and gas across the world, if you don't have the know-how and equipment, it doesn't.
Yeah, but you gotta teach people for them to know.
Yeah, but the question I'm asking you, how do you change that if it favors others?
You talk good games with bad leaders. That's what we're trying to tell you. What you're saying is good, but you guys have bad leaders, no leadership. That's why it keep happening, sir. You gotta understand. Make a big shift. You got the resources. We are not willing to sign the contract until the locals know how to use the resources themselves. You're talking about they don't know.
Yeah, because Zongo, what you're saying, Zongo, are you saying the Africans are unteachable?
No, they are teachable.
So why not? So therefore, other people in other parts of the world are learning it. We have these resources. Why can't we encourage our people to get educated on it?
Yeah, I mean,
That's what we're saying. But to dismiss it, to just bring in European companies because they know they can explore. How long does the African need to sit and continue to get exploited? We have to demand, because we are sitting here, we are able to discuss this. We are Africans. We learned all this. We didn't just wake up and know it. I have faith that the other Africans on the continent can be taught the same thing. If we can understand it, they also will be able to, at some point, it won't be everybody, but the majority, the curriculum needs to change in schools.
I agree with you.
They need to change.
In the case of Ghana's like discovery in commercial quantity was just 2000. It's quite recent, right? But Nigeria has discovered their oil for a very longer time.
Yeah,
right?
but you guys had gold for a long time. You had cocoa,
and
all
exactly.
of that.
And I'm telling you, in the case of Ghana, even after the British left, the same system in place in the colonial time, that's the same thing that exists.
I know, but that has to change. That has to change, though.
That's up to you, though. That's up to you. Krumah tried to do his thing.
Yeah, but
you
that's
guys
the
say you don't want it.
Instead
So
of blaming
who's next?
external powers, maybe the other person that you are blaming, he was the one who taught you that.
But Zongo, what do you think? What do you think the Africans? I want to hear you. What should Africans do then?
It has no solution.
In terms of like, if you ask me, as far as everything, I think they have to empower the people, right? What I'm saying is that I highlighted the problem in the case of maybe the oil and gas industry, right? We have to learn from the ones who know it. No, it's going to take time. The point I was saying that this leadership takeover, we pretty much focus on it as if it's going to amount to economic wealth within a short period of time.
But have you talked to the people though? Do you know if that's what they are thinking?
I know. I used to be
Gwe, you're muted, Gwe.
I used to
No, that's not what they're saying, Zongo. That's not what they're saying. They're not saying that just because now there's changed a government or because they took the country back, so all of a sudden now they need to find somebody that have the best interest of the people. When we say country, we actually mean the people, because the people are the one you representing in the country. So you need somebody that's going to represent the people and have the best interest of not only let the Europeans just take the natural resources out of the country, and instead let them come teach these people how they do it. Also employ the people from the country and not bring their own people over to come work and all of that stuff. Invest in the country, and it will be a trade-off.
Exactly.
So you get this and they get this, but you need a leader that's educated about geopolitics, that educated about how economics work, all of that stuff. And there's people that are in power, and that's why the European, the Americans don't care. People doesn't understand the system at all.
You do realize
you
that
see the listening and responding. We want to respond to everything, right? No listening skills, just talk.
Nobody's saying that they should just pack up. We're saying that there needs to be an equal trade We don't need to owe y'all. Y'all don't need to owe us. We need an equal trade, and that including that equal trade is gonna be exchanged. So you want this from the country, or you want this amount of minerals from the country, or natural resources from the country. This is what we want. You're gonna build the roads in the country. You're gonna electrify like there has to be trade.
Zongo, don't you think what she's saying is fair?
You have to educate the people. A lot of people in Africa don't know what the hell is going on at
Let me give
all.
you another example, right? When Akufo-Addo,
No, but what I'm saying, don't you think what she just said is fair?
no, I agree with her. And I want to highlight one thing in relation to what she said.
Okay.
In Ghana, for instance, Akufo-Addo came to power, right? They blamed the previous government that they've been taking loans from outside, and when they came, they even took loan more than all the government that came to power since Nkrumah's time, right? And what was the deal that he took? They went to China. They told China to mine the bauxite. In exchange, they will build infrastructure to them. But a lot of people in the country complain that no, this is almost like giving your resources to someone else, the people on ground. What do you think about this deal? In exchange, they mine the bauxite and they build infrastructures for you.
So what that tells you about his idea?
I mean, I'm giving an alternative example about what you just said. Is that the fair deal that we're talking about?
No, but Zongo, here's the thing. That's why we brought the
You're being
no,
very
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just giving an example from a practical
No, what I'm
situation.
saying is we're talking about putting people in power who understand the economics, you know, who understand trades, who understand what's best for their country and their people. We're not talking about people who get into power. There are people who are educated and still corrupt. So it doesn't mean just because they're educated so they know what's going on. You need somebody who is actually educated about that can actually run a country, and you need somebody who actually care for the people in the country that they're going to be representing. It has some type of plan for their own people, and say, oh no, I want to put my country up there too. I want my country to be developed. I want to bring tourism and stuff to my own country.
Why
You're
are
not
we not
talking about
awarding
somebody just because they're educated and they think they know, or they've been to the West and they don't say, you know, the guy that you're elected, the president, he from Europe, right? Isn't he from Europe?
I mean, he had his education in the UK.
Exactly. So I mean,
yeah, but Zongo, we are in Africa. Why should the Africans do like the UK? Africa is Africa. So
Afredemus, let me just say I'm gonna be leaving, man. I'm gonna let you guys and Zongo handle what you guys are talking about because Zongo is not gonna go anywhere. You know, he wanna counteract every point they make. So, thanks for letting me into the panel, man. And great, I wanna thank you for coming in and showing your
thank
face.
you,
You know,
sir. Have a
and
good one.
no, yeah, it would be nice to see you another time on the panel. Thank you so much, and
You're
you guys
welcome.
enjoy the panel.
All
All right,
right.
Thank
bye.
you, bro.
thank you,
Yeah.
Julian. Yeah, guys,
Can I
actually,
ask? Okay.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
Can I say something? I hope you listen, Zongo, right? We had been under a dictatorship since 87. From 87 to 2014, there was a civil unrest in my country, and people decided to, to overthrow the president. 2014, the president left the country, and everybody at that time was like, we can't go backwards. We have to go forward. We have to elect a new leader that understands us, that will take us forward. So we had a 1 year, I believe we had a 1 year, how you call it? How you call that again? We waited for a year before another election, right? And the new president, we put our hope in him so that will take us forward. And after he got another one term and he was going for the second term. So people decided to let him go. So what I'm trying to tell you is, right, most of the political party in Africa, the way they are set up, they are just set up to just spoil your resources. They are just set up to just get in power and sign whatever contract it is for them to sign just to get rich. Trust me. So when you have a revolutionary coup like the one we have in Burkina, the first thing you will do is to revisit the constitution, change the political parties, make sure that anybody that come to power, it will not sign any bad deal ever again. and put a system of checks and balance to make sure that doesn't happen. That's what we are doing here in Burkina. Nobody that can claim the power again will spoil our resources again. It will never happen. So the good game that you're talking, I respect that. But you cannot do that in Ghana with all these politicians. It's not going to work. Until you put roadblocks and checks and balance in Ghana, that will never happen. So the people of my country, we understood all the politicians are the same. The system is set up for them to win by themselves and their family members. It's not for the people. So change all these political parties that you have in Ghana. If you have to shut them down, come up with a law, shut them all down, bring new ones, bring new leadership, make them aware that you guys know exactly what they are doing. If anybody try to spoil your resources, well, you got to do what you got to do. That's why we're doing this in Burkina. We ain't going backwards. All these things that you're talking about, no Westerner will come here again and try to play us. It's not going to happen because we are changing the constitution that look like French constitution. That's what we have in 1960. Same exact thing. So these people knew exactly what they were doing. The pact of continuations was ongoing in Francophone Africa. We didn't even have a say-so. So all these political parties that you're seeing, they're talking about, yeah, we got good governance skills and we got good leadership skill. No, and no. You will stay there 150 years. These people will never take you forward. Trust my word. No way. They are set up to make you lose.
Yeah, you can. I mean, Zango, you can really think that the West in America, I mean, the West in general, you can really think that these people actually want to see Africa succeed. Like, I mean, anybody who thinks that is just being delusional if you don't put check and balances into place for those countries and try to and get rid of those corrupt leaders and stuff. Like, you know, yes, they come in there and it's good for them to be there, educated people, but they don't really have Africa best interest at heart. They're just there to dig up all the natural resources and take it to their country, but they don't want to be able to do it in those countries. Why is that? And France is only in Niger because the natural resources that they need. Can you imagine? Niger doesn't even have power, but the uranium from that country is what powering France. How is that fair? So it's not that we don't want them in the country. It's just that if you're going to be in the country, then you got to be there with the right investment in mind. You can be there to just suck all the natural resources out of the country. You know, we're not saying that they can be there, but these people that's coming there to invest, they have to know that it's going to be a better trade deal between you and that country that's going to benefit the people of that country and educate the people of that country. You know, that's why you see they don't want to force they don't want to see African leaders who would stand up to them. They rather African leaders who would just say yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, send them a bunch of money, they keep it in their houses, keep it in Europe and stuff like that, because they know those people don't care for the people in the country. They're just there to pocket them, make themselves rich, or help their family members, their friends, and that's it. Why the 99.9% of the country suffer. You get, you know, so yeah, they're celebrating, you know, in Gabon, but they need to, because they've been suffering for a long time. What would you rather? That they just sit there and let that guy just keep suffering them, or fight for? You have to fight for your freedom. I don't understand people. Freedom is not free. You have to fight for it. I tell you, we were sitting in that country in Liberia when Chancellor was suffering the hell out of it. It was one of the most horrific things that you ever will live through in your lifetime, after going through all that civil war in that damn country. But the day that African Liberia rised up against Taylor were one of the best. Even countries that were around the war, African countries then, were so happy for us because we stood up for something. They're not just gonna give it to you. These leaders, then they're dictators.
Right.
You know, you gotta stand up for your freedom. So you either sit there and let them suffer you till you die, or you fight for something and die for something.
In fact, I remember Charles Taylor, the day he got chased out of Monrovia. He was dressed in all white with his cane. I remember seeing that in the living room, watching him on TV.
Yes. And the day that they arrested him in Nigeria, it was just like
in the border when he got sold out.
Yes,
Did
we
they,
was
did the
all
by,
military
By
over the phone.
Obasanjo.
Yes,
did they
we
shoot
were
at
all
people?
over the phone.
Did they kill people in there when he was leaving?
No, the Americans were there, so
The Americans were
Chastello
there.
they surrounded him, so he gave up.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
He agreed. He agreed to leave.
yeah.
Okay, so
It
the
was when
military didn't engage the people.
No,
no, but what I'm saying
I
is,
think
Okay, okay.
Chastello was they treated him like a Negro from the hood. They surrounded him. They surrounded him like nigga, come out, Negro, come out with your hands in the air.
because if it was up to Taylor, people would have died in our country before he left.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
know.
if the
That's why.
Americans wasn't there.
That's why he was bitter at the egg against the the Nigerians or something.
well, the Nigerians set him up, but no,
Uh,
let's do our closing statements on that because that always brings heated
I know,
conversation.
right?
Yeah, let's go with death before dishonor. Mad Dog, welcome to the show. That Mad Dog, you came in late. Mad Dog, this is your statement and your closing. Go ahead, Mad Dog.
Afrodamas,
big up.
sorry, Afrodamas, my comment is not posting on your thing. I don't
Really?
know.
That's weird. You know, I was having issues with comments earlier in
Yeah,
the main chat.
in the comment section on
Huh.
in the mean chat when I can put it on I went to private and I sent you a message, but
Yeah, I can see your private
yeah.
message, but I was having issues with messages from the beginning of the show.
So I don't know what else to do.
That's weird.
When I post it, it's not showing up at all.
Moderators, can you fix that, please? Or I'll look at it. But go ahead, Mad Dog. Closing.
Big up. I absolutely need 1 minute or two anyway. But I'm gonna say, you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear, Mad Dog. You don't sound like you are in that Irish pub basement, sir.
No, I just stepped out, bro. Too much alcohol in the course, so much I had to step out, innit? You get me, bro. What I'm gonna say is this, innit? Yeah, I feel like the coups that have been going on across West Africa and as of recently in the east coast of the continent in Gabon, I feel like it's very pivotal it's pivotal and it's necessary to the political and economic progression of our people, innit? This is the reason I say that. I say that mainly because of economic reasons. I feel like if you see the countries, the countries that have been the coups that have happened in are the more francophone countries where the French have had the influence. Which
But
is a
do you
Western
think
influence as
it
well.
would come to Anglophone? I mean, Tinubu sounds worried.
I want it to come to that level, and I'm gonna address that as well. But what I was gonna say is this, right? I feel like in Russia and China we have new economic outlets. You get what I'm saying to you? Unlike just being stuck on the West, like what's the definition of crazy again? Doing the same thing over and over and over and over and expecting different results over and over again. It doesn't make sense what we've been doing at all. Like we are sovereign political nations, and we have responsibility towards the citizens of our country. Do you get what I'm saying? Look at Gabon, for example. It's an average of 2 million people in the country in it, and they can't even provide electricity to the people. Most of the people are still living in poverty. So the people are definitely not the problem. It is the political governance that is the problem. You cannot tell me that 2 million people. You can't look at that 2 million people with the
That's
amount
just
of
the
oil
population of Gambia. And also, Mad Dog, I want you to address in your closing, what country do you think will be next? Because Cameroon is close by there. Paul Biya is worried. He shuffled his cabinet. I want to hear from your thought.
I'll tell you what I think
is
is going to be next. I'll tell you what I think is going to be next. I think it's going to be Cote d'Ivoire. The reason I think it's going to be Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. The reason I think so is because first and foremost, Paul Biya always frequent Switzerland, so it's not an easy man to arrest. So it's going to be a little bit harder for him because he's savvy about this. But then you see this Ouattara brother. I know even his own Ivorians, if you come across any Ivorians, they hate that guy as well. Like they hate him so bad. There's not an Ivorian I've come across that don't hate Ouattara.
So
you get what I'm saying?
They don't like him.
They don't like him at all. Like any Ivorian I've come across, have told me straight up, like that guy Ouattara is the reason why the eco currency, the eco currency that West Africa was trying to put together at the point in time. They're like, he's the main reason why that project got broken down, just because he was the one writing it out to France. You know what I mean? So I feel like that the nation in which the people have the most animosity towards the government is Ivory Coast, whether between Ivory Coast and Cameroon, and that's why I believe between Ivory Coast and Cameroon, that's where the coups are going to come next. Now I hope it spreads all through the continent. Nigeria needs to be taken down. Gambia needs to be taken down.
But Tinubu just came in.
Tinubu needs to broke off, man. I don't care about no Tinubu. If he just came in, he needs to just get out. Do you get what I'm saying? He's a rigged president anyway. We didn't want, man. You know what I'm saying? My people on the continent.
Well, you know, Mad Dog. I did my research. Nigerians on the ground are not happy with him.
Not at all.
Complaining about everything.
The elections were rigged.
Yeah,
of course. Like we all know, the elections were rigged. Obi was our guy. You know what I mean? Like if you looked at within the
man, don't let Mike hear you say that.
Mike can hear whatever I want to hear, bruv. The country is not going any further. Like most of us are sitting here in the West and making stupid excuses for the disenfranchisement and the political and economic disenfranchisement for the lives of our own people in our own countries. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. It's like saying brothers and sisters sitting on this panel and talking about they're trying to for every political good or nuance to the benefit of African people on the continent, they're trying to create a question or a problem for every solution. You know what I'm saying? Always weighing the risk and reward of certain political, what should I say, political movements or whatever, like the coups in itself. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like in politics, there's no such thing as believing. There's no one way that benefits every group of people across national lines. Do you get what I'm saying? Like you have to experiment, and when you're experimenting, sometimes you have to understand that you have to move alliances from people. Maybe as it stands, Africans need to understand that maybe you know what the West in the best political allies for us. You know what I'm saying?
Mad Dog, somebody wrote a comment about against what you're saying. He said Tinubu won the election. He said Nigeria is bigger than just the South.
Okay, let me say this to you. First and foremost, we've got to use common sense because none of us have any access to the ballot box and the polling results. So let's look at this. If you can make any social observations from the USA or from Ireland, or from England, wherever anyone's taking from the rest of Europe, we'll be looking at let's say like social media and internet interactions that we've had or that Nigerians are having within themselves in regards to the elections and the context between that period of time. Any Instagram posts that you've seen about the elections were dominated by the obedience, which is Peter Obi supporters. Any YouTube post, any Twitter, all them things that were dominated by Obi, bruv. Like it's a reflection of reality of real life, what happens on the ground. We all know it was rigged. Do you know what I mean? Because we know the Nigerian
I said this.
Like,
I said something like this to Mike. He said, Afridamus, you guys are just listening to propaganda online. But I'm like, this OB guy, his supporters, how come they're the only ones online then? Is every Nigerian?
But what I'll tell you is this. No, they're not. But what I'll tell you is this, right? As far as, like, prior to the elections, I've said that Tinubu was going to win. The reason I said that was because I was dealing in reality, and I believe that realistically he was going to win. I believe that the PR Bray was more of a people's person, but I didn't feel like the electoral colleagues were going to favor him in deciding the elections. So I did get it right from a realistic perspective, but then I made it clear that it was going to be rigged. The problem with many of our people is this, right? This is the reason why I said, you see that country, Nigeria, this has to break up, bro. Because so many men are just tribalistic. And even when they're not in favor of their tribal person, like in certain cases, like let's say with Tinubu and Peter Obi, some people might be Peter Obi support us, but just because you are speaking ill of someone from their tribe, and that person from their tribe is the leader of the country, they feel like they just have this eternal responsibility. It's like an automatic responsibility.
It's like a tribal loyalty.
Exactly. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just little silly things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the problem across many countries. But what I'm saying is that
thank you, Mad Dog.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank
So
you. Thanks for
big up.
coming again,
That's all
Mad
I
Dog.
really came to say.
Big
Yeah.
up, big up,
Big up
big up.
yourself.
Thank
Big up
you.
the panel. Big up the chat. Yeah.
Thank you, Mad Dog. That's Mad Dog all the way from Ireland. Let's get Ola. Ola, are you still there? Closing statement, Ola?
Ola is asleep, man.
Yeah, it is late over there. Ola is asleep. Ola is asleep. All right. Let's get Gwe closing statement, Gwe.
Yeah. So I mean, I just hope they be able to figure out in Gabon. You know, I hope they don't let that man back in there. That
Who?
is
Ali Bongo.
Bongo.
Wait, Gwe, are you? Have you been making noise for Ali Bongo?
Hell no.
Come on, Gwe. The man sat there. He said, "No, really, make some noise. Why
I
aren't
know
you making
watch
noise?"
that video. I'm just die laughing because he looks so frail and like it's like the most joyful thing to watch all the time, that video, because he just looks so defeated, and that's how
Yeah,
it should be. Yeah,
that's
but
how it should
you
be.
know, I hope that these countries in Africa, and I hope Africans stand up for their freedom and know that they're not gonna get it for free. You know, so instead of you just sitting there and letting them to just like suck you dry till you die, it's better for you to fight for something. You know, and know
Exactly.
that you know at least you stand up for something and try to get these people out of power. That's the only way you can change the trajectory of Africa.
Well, thank you so much,
All
Gwe.
right.
Gwe, I can believe you won't do a shout out for Ali Bongo Luther the Third.
Huh?
Ali Bongo Luther the Third. You know he looks like Martin Luther King. So
Oh
he's
yeah, it
He's
does.
Ali Bongo Luther the
You know
Third.
who else I thought about? AFR. He looks like AFR too.
Thank you, Gwe. Thank you so much. All
Make some
right.
noise.
Make some noise. All right, Zongo, closing statement, Zongo.
Afterdamas, I think today I had a lot of pushback even on the panel. My brother said
No,
James.
but Zongo, you don't be surprised about the pushback. You know that people are not just gonna let you just say whatever and just not
Zongo,
push back.
you gotta admit that you gotta admit what you're saying is good and the pushbacks are good. That's
Yeah,
what makes a good conversation. That's all it
exactly.
is.
See, but I mean, man, I grew up from the continent too. Man, I witnessed a lot of things. I had frustrations when I was working. I saw these dealings. I wasn't pleased with it. I'm like, I share your sentiment. I'm just
You,
right.
you share whose sentiment? The African people's sentiment?
Exactly, I share.
Are you sure, Zongo?
Of course,
Okay, I'll pretend like you do, but go ahead.
no, I share the
Zongo, some people are saying that maybe you should be the next French ambassador in Niamey.
uh,
Maybe the houses wouldn't be out there doing Friday prayer, so you can leave.
I don't have a lot of knowledge extensively about other sectors within a country, right? But a little bit. I've been to seminars. I mean, Afrodamas. I've been to seminars. I see a lot of investors from other countries, including locals. I mean, it just entails a lot of money, Afrodamas. You know, the local wouldn't be able to invest in the industry if they don't have access to the capital. How do we get it? Where do we get it from? You know, it's always the ones with money, people who have been in business for years. They have tons of money, they have tons of experience, they come and they take it. How do we change that? I mean, I'm just provoking a lot of thoughts, but I'm not saying I have the solution. But this is what a little bit that what I saw is what I'm just you know like disseminating. I'm not saying, oh, then what do we do to have? I don't know. How do we change it? The psyche of the people over there. How do we change their psyche? I don't know. Because a lot of them over there, even me myself, I became conscious when I traveled outside. I used to think everything from outside was the right and best, and the right way. And a lot of people over there think that way too.
But
Anything that comes,
you don't think it's changing?
everything that comes from Afrodamus is bad, but anything that comes from your baby mom's family is the best, right? That's what a lot. That's what a lot of people think. That's
So
why.
what are you suggesting that we all get snow bunnies and send them to go talk to the Africans? Maybe they'll listen.
because I heard you guys saying that, oh, they have to, turn to the Chinese or something like that. See, in Ghana,
No. See, the way people
I'm not
do it.
saying you. I say
Here's the thing.
some of the
No,
panelists.
it's business. See, when people make it seem like the Africans are calling to be under Russia. No, it's about business. So it's like
I'm trying to cite
what?
an
So
example.
the fact
I'm
is,
highlighting an
the
example.
problem is Africans are not opposed to doing business with other people. We just don't want other people deciding who we can or cannot talk to. That's
Yeah,
just what it is.
and
You
let me give you
can't
an
tell us
example.
who we can be friends with. We can choose who we want to be friends with.
I mean, I don't know whether Mr. James. I know you've heard about the Galamsey, right? In Ghana or something like that.
Oh man, Zongo, you have been
What's
called a
that?
green. Zongo, you have been called a green card bros. That's a new one. I get Zongo. He's a green card bros. His black American girl brought him to America. I think Zongo came by himself. So.
Yeah.
Zongo, it is what it is. What's your situation, man?
I mean, the Galamsey situation in mining gold, right?
Yeah.
It has destroyed a lot of the water bodies, in Ghana.
Mhm.
And where does these people come from? Most of them are Chinese people in Ghana.
No, we don't have that problem here in Burkina. We don't have no Chinese man.
Yeah, I'm just highlighting.
No.
I'm just highlighting.
Wait, St. James, you are you telling me the Chinese are not over there stealing you guys' gold?
Hell no. Hell no. This is a Ghana situation. I'm watching the videos and I'm seeing I'm like, why you guys are even letting that happen? We don't have those issues. All the gold's being mined and they're mined by the local people.
Yeah, a lot of the times, I mean, they're the ones who invited them. They
Well,
invited.
you guys are doing a lot of inviting.
Zongo, the white people invited you to America here, right? In their country. But that doesn't mean that they invited you to come and destroy it. They believe you're going to do good, right? So to say when Africans invite people that scam them, why do people try to blame Africans, for these people's bad behavior? The Africans didn't invite them to come and, scam and steal from Africa. They invited them for business. So therefore, we gotta point fingers at the thief. That's all what it is.
You know the difference, Afrodamas?
What is the difference?
Like when you
Zongo?
come, you can tell if you do something wrong, your ass is gonna you're gonna be jailed, right? And
Well, that's what we are doing in Africa now. We're learning. We've been in the white man's country. We see, if we Africans go anywhere, we do something, we would be jailed. Now we are pushing to get that same idea in Africa. We are going to start jailing people too.
Afadamos, I got a question for Zongo, man.
Go ahead.
As an African, right? I just want to understand how someone who come from China get to Ghana and get to illegally mining in Ghana. Make that work for me.
No, they're not illegal mining. They are doing that with the help of the locals, actually, the chiefs.
It's illegal mining.
It's still illegal mining, Zongo.
And that's what I'm saying. They are doing that with the help of the
Why do you
But
run
Zongo, how come the blacks are over there? How come the blacks don't get access to do the illegal mining and get some gold? The blacks love gold. The blacks love gold. They want to make money too.
I mean, a lot of them don't want to go through that heinous situations that the Chinese go. I mean, the blacks want to live like they live in America. They don't want to go through the bush and make. That's why I don't. When I hear a lot of people talk, I'm like, what? Do you know even how to make money or where these resources come from and make this country great? They go all over the world to make this money and bring it back home. What are you doing?
Yeah, but if you think if you show some of the blacks, they're not gonna go into that jungle.
What
for the gold? You don't think they would go on?
But the ones going to Ghana, they just want to party.
Oh.
They're not business-minded people. Come on, man.
Zongo,
Nobody takes
you
people like
snitch.
that seriously.
No, but Zongo,
They just want to party.
Stop snitching.
You know what I'm talking about. A lot of them just want to party. They just want infrastructure. They don't even know where energy comes from. They are just ignorant.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean Zongo. You see, you making excuse when it comes to Africans and the blacks. It seems like everybody deserves all this good stuff from Africa except us and the blacks. Like, what is going on, Zongo? I just gave you the blacks as a test, but now I'm beginning to. So the blacks don't deserve it. The Africans don't deserve it. So we know who you think deserve it. But thank you for coming,
I'm saying
Zongo.
like the one who come, like they don't come with business mind, you know.
No, but
And nobody have time
again,
for that.
Zongo, you see how you make excuses when
Yeah.
it comes to the Africans and the blacks. Either the Africans are not educated, the blacks don't know business. But if people start showing the blacks where the gold is, they would learn too. Just like you teach the Africans. If anyone should be benefiting, it should be us and the blacks.
Alphadamus.
It's true.
Alphadamus. I do believe, I'm being honest here, Zango. I do believe some of the African American coming to Ghana, some of them are business minded. I'm being honest with you. I've seen some video which I was very proud of what they have established in Ghana. Let's be honest. Do you agree though?
No, I mean the one. I mean the one with the business, the ones who are business minded. They don't come YouTube trying to act like they're helping. I mean they are really business minded.
Okay, Zongo, fine.
They make
Even
things
if they
happen.
go on YouTube, don't you think they still, if the Chinese and everybody, because you've been advocating for the others, why can't they also
Oh,
benefit?
but I'm not actually advocating for other people. I'm not saying that actually. I'm just highlighting the problem. This is what we currently face. Instead of
Uh-huh.
saying that a change of government will just result in any economic prosperity, that is a complete lie. This is the problem lying on the
Yeah.
ground.
Now
What you
that we
said
know
again?
that some of the Chinese are doing illegal mining, we need to, send these maps to the blacks and start so they can
Absolutely.
start doing
How
illegal mining too. Why not?
how
I'm
do we
for that,
change
Alphadamus.
how do
Since
we
I brought
change
up
the
the
problem?
question,
How
Yeah.
do we change the problem on the ground? That's the
Zongo,
point I'm trying to say actually. I mean, I'm not saying
Zongo, what do you agree to be a proponent for illegal mining for the Black
For
Americans in
the
Ghana?
blacks, yeah.
I don't want to be jailed. I don't want to be part of that.
No. It's not about being jailed. You saying that the Chinese
The
are doing it with the locals. Set up
with the
the African
Chinese,
American to do that with locals so they can get some goals.
yeah. At least they can get their reparations.
Well, it's just up to them between them and the locals. I mean, I don't have
Whoa,
much complaints about that.
St. James, you see what
Oh,
Zongo did there?
nah, it's
But I'm
not.
not.
He's doing a 360, man.
But I'm
How
That's
he
saying
not
the
did a
right, bro.
problem.
360?
I'm just highlighting the problem on the ground. I'm not saying that
Okay,
the government
fine.
is doing what
No,
they
we
need.
try to give you a role. Like, yeah, you highlighting the problems. Yes. Can we give you a role to play here? Like, can you be a proponent of that?
Yeah,
Help the
because
Black Americans so they can,
the Chinese are doing illegal mining.
so they can tap into the profit of the Chinese a little bit about goals. That's it.
Yeah.
A lot of the problem actually comes from this. The cheap. I'm always going to resort the blame on the people in the country, especially maybe. I mean, in the case of Ghana, like the chieftains, because the system is kind of designed like is custodian. The chiefs are the custodian of the land. So can you imagine, like, if the chiefs are the custodian of the land, and you have a chief who lacks education, how can he lead his people? And the politicians have to deal with them in a slowly way because they still recognize.
The chiefs seem to be leading just fine. They are enjoying their kenke and fufu with the people.
Really? Have you seen Ashanti chief when he goes to the
Yeah.
queens? He wears suits. He doesn't wear. He doesn't wear the traditional garments. You know that, right? But he comes back
Really?
home. I swear to God, when he goes to to meet the British Queen and stuff like that, he wears suit.
So Zongo, don't you think, look at the Chinese, they get all that money from their government, they still go there and do illegal mining. What does that tell you? So now we can no longer say the blacks didn't come with money because the people we point at are taking advantage. They're stealing. They do the illegal mining. So we can't talk about money because obviously, like the China, if they're doing it illegally, where's all the money, quote unquote, they come in with? So why can't the opportunity just be extended to the blacks for them also to get the free gold?
There was even one illegal miner from China who was arrested, and then because of bilateral relations between Ghana and China, I think she was sent back to China.
It
And
was
guess
a
what?
she.
She was a she. And
Look
she
at
came,
that. So
and she
even
came,
the
hold on, hold on.
so they're
Let me
sending
finish.
Chinese peace slaves to Ghanaians.
And she came back through the Togolese border again. Can you imagine with a new identity? Can you
Are you
imagine?
serious?
I swear to God.
The same person.
The same.
Wow.
They gave a name, a local name, Aisha something. I forgot the name, something Aisha or something like that, right? So I'm
Wow.
saying a lot of the times these locals they are completely involved in the destruction
Wait,
of the.
are they pretending not to know it's the same person, or they knew?
They know the
Because I
system
know
is
Africans know how to pretend when they want to.
no, they know the system is corrupt. They're like, oh, if you're gonna use it through like they're gonna use airline to come, they're gonna test that
So they,
system.
they, they pretty much gave her the 419 what to do.
Exactly. So she went through
The scoop. They gave her the scoop.
she went through Togo and used the Togolese border to come back. You know, because this immigration, that's the immigration people. They just love money and they just come inside. I mean, these are the problems that are actually plaguing the continent, and we are here thinking that oh, if the leadership, the coup leaders come into power, can they change corruption? I mean, we haven't
No.
seen that. It
But
existed in the
a smart leader can change it.
but I mean,
Zongo.
affidavits existed in the past. I mean, we never saw any change. Well, I'm not impressed with the coup. I'm still
Well,
waiting to see.
they killed the people who showed any potential of, making changes. They deleted them. Go back and look
Oh,
at their history. None of them last more than past 7 years. None of them.
I mean, and some of them, even in
Not
case of
not a single one of them.
but
Name one.
Afidamos, in the case of Nkrumah in particular, right? A lot of people who were against him were tribal. They'd be like, Nkrumah, you're a Fanti guy leading Ashanti people? The heck? A lower class person? This is impossible. It's beyond comprehension. So they use that tribalistic approach to take him down, even though he was, he was ahead of his time, right? But that's how a lot of people think. I mean, what are we prepared to do that? Are we going to change our psyche in terms of our tribalistic
Education. It comes from education. Teach patriotism. People start loving and respecting themselves and
I'm
seeing
not
that
seeing that. I'm not seeing that in our culture.
and seeing that this is beyond your country. You cannot
Yeah.
rise up above your neighbors. That's that you if you're doing good, your neighbors are not doing good, that means you're not doing good. But
Exactly. I mean,
thank you,
okay,
Zongo.
okay, fantastic. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks.
Bye bye.
And Zongo, the people love you, by the way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right, St. James, closing statement, St. James.
Man, you kept me last, bro. And
I know. I had to give you the last word.
well, because I have quite a bit to say about it, a little to say about, man, to be honest with you, man, I like the conversation, and I like when Anglophone Africans are interested about, learning a lot about Francophone Africa. I believe we're the same, but
Right.
I just like to me, I like me a little level of, of honesty, regarding certain country. I just don't want to mention them, but I feel like, sometimes your problems are a little different than certain country, and I do
Right.
believe you really have to fix that before you
Right.
talk to other people. I don't run from mine. Like, I know we have issues with the French and everything else. It's on the marketplace for people to see. But when you come here, you lie about your country. Your country's better, it's perfect. They have the best bridges, the best restaurants, and people check certain things, and they don't think, yo, why are you hiding? Because you are better than the other country next to you, that makes you popular. This is what some Africans are doing, and
Throwing shade on the neighbor. And St.
yes,
James,
I don't.
St. James, before don't forget, before you close,
Yeah.
which country? I mean, I think you already answered which would be next. I think you
But
already
I want to get back to that, bro. Because of what I remember. I forgot the name of the guy, the Nigerian dude, my bro.
Mad Dog.
Yeah, I think Mad Dog made a great point. I was picking Cameroon, but after Mad Dog, I forgot about the sleeping giant, Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast, I believe, bro. I don't want to call it on Ivory Coast because there are a lot of Burkinabés in Ivory Coast. I don't want this to turn tribal, because for what had happened in the past, and
I mean, you guys went in there and took care of business in the past.
why? Because if anything else happened, they will point the finger at us. That's what I'm a little worried about it. because you know that president is not Ivorian. He's not.
He's from Burkina.
Yeah. So
technically, you guys are colonizing them.
I mean, because you remember, I was watching a YouTube video, right? There was an Ivorian guy who was making fun of us, and he was like, "We got the best bridges, and we got the best whatever." He was saying a lot of good things about Ivory Coast, right? And one Burkinabe guy said, "Well, it's been managed by us." So the guy got mad. It was like, we own these things. Like the president is from here, and so he got mad. It was like, "No, man, you guys are." I'm like, Africans sometimes.
The French, they are messy. The French are like dirty drug dealers. They corrupt all their people. All the people they need to do the job. They are like the dirty drug dealers.
Absolutely. And you see Zongo speaking, right? I know he's a young cat. He's very knowledgeable, but to us, we don't like, for us, right? Being educated means nothing to us, right? Those kind of conversations, you don't have to be knowledgeable. You have to be practical. When you see it, you call it. Like those politicians, like you see in Burkina Ghana back in it, they're not gonna do anything to advance your country. Trust me, they will not. If you believe that, let's wait 100 years. If you live long enough, you will see. Nothing will happen. They will do the same deals every day.
So that means they have to be forced to change.
Absolutely. You gotta change it brutally. Like, come on, like you have to do it. Change the constitution for us, right? After that, do you believe that we still had the same constitutions like the French? Do you know that?
Oh, I know, like the French countries do. Senegal, all of them. Yeah.
Since the 60s. All these deals.
Say before the 60s.
Yes. All these deals were not even known by the people. They were not known. You have a country and you feel like you are a citizen of that country. You don't even know the deals that the previous president signed with French. This is hard to understand. So when you get the power, like what's happening now, you get the power. Everybody's blaming you. You guys are the poorest. We are saying now we're not the poorest. We were put in that predicament.
Mm-hmm.
Give us a shot.
So are you guys still supporting Niger?
2,000%.
That's right. That's
ECOWAS, like I told you, I don't mean to brag. I don't want no war. We have been through
ECOWAS
this for 8
is not
years.
going in. ECOWAS is
No,
not coming
but
in.
Afrodamus, I want Africans, right, to understand what being supportive means. That's what I want. My country is in Mali. We just want to show these Africans what being supportive means. We don't mean to brag. We're not saying to anybody we are the best military in West Africa. We're just trying to tell them this is how you support somebody else who has the same problem as you. That's what we are saying.
True. Yeah, I mean, this is what you guys are doing. It's actually unusual on the African side.
Absolutely,
So,
and we put our lives on the line. So I believe if ECOWAS is there to stay, I believe we have to take that leadership role to give it to one of these countries. I'm being honest. Afrodamus, if you give this leadership to certain country, you will be a happier West Africans because they will represent you. Have you ever been proud being West Africans the last 10 or 15 years? Have you ever been?
It's difficult.
Why? Because we still let a certain country lead us. We will not get to the promised land. That's what Sankara was saying. Every time he wants to make a play, they block the ball.
Hey, remember one of his speech, he gave, Paul Biya was there too. Paul Biya.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So these old school people, they all conspired. They're like, oh man, what is this youngster talking about? We need to get rid of him.
Do you know what Paul Biya went to Russia? Do you know why some of these Francophone leaders like the Macky Salls and all these people went to Russia? Because for some reason, they are understanding the play of the French. You are being put in that predicament for just a short period of time. until they decide who will replace you. You know, if that's what happened to Bongo. When Bongo moved to Commonwealth, guess what happened? He's talking in English from a francophone country.
Man, I did not know his English was that good. He's even speak the black. He speak the black English. The black
Absolutely.
English.
He was calling the blacks, man. Make some noise.
Make some.
Hey, I forgot to tell you. Do you know that guy was a singer? You know he was a singer. He was a singer.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, Ali Bongo.
He was a singer. Listen, his father sent him to French. He was failing classes in there. People are saying he didn't even get his high school diploma. He was bought and paid for.
So he was a rapper.
He was trying to sing.
No wonder the man said
his mother sings. You remember Patience Dabani?
Okay. No wonder he said make some noise.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew something was off. The man got good voice. That makes sense.
He got good voice. His mother used to sing, and
See, someone said he released a song in 1978 at 19.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
And
so
his father got mad. His father got mad and put him in a private school in Europe. And like, come on, man, So the kid is not that bright. Being honest with you, it's not. He's not that bright.
You know, I knew he had a lot in common with the blacks. Now that you said he was a singer, now it makes sense. I swear, he looks like one of the members of the Four Tops. Now everything makes sense. I'm not trying to troll the blacks today, but go ahead.
But he found out.
Oh, you're muted. St. James, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, because Francophone Africa is dirty, man. You play the game for the French, and one day they will wake up and say, we want you gone. Look at what they did to all these guys, man. It's crazy. So the BIs of the world they're figuring out that we gotta look into the Russian. If the French don't want to, help us,
But what would Paul be? So Paul Biya, what would he possibly be fighting for? Is he trying to maintain the dynasty? Like, what's going on?
No, for them is a dynasty, and it's a way to. I believe Jude is a good dude, right? But Jude doesn't understand. Maybe the juju the people, man. It's like, man, listen. There is no way, Alphadamus. I'm not bragging again. There is no way a president of my country can spend 6 months outside and we let that happen. No way.
Well, Burkina is known to be the number one place where when they plan the coup, it doesn't fail.
We will question that. You have health issues and you want to lead?
You would have to get out.
Absolutely. We will make a reason for you to go. Like, you want to spend 6 months outside because you don't feel good? What's the rest of us doing? We can't.
No, you guys don't play. Once he leaves, you guys are doing a drive-by.
No, we shut it down. We shut down the airport and just stay there.
Yeah,
we good.
Don't come back.
And we won't even call this a coup d'etat. We will call this the president just retired.
That's the best way to put it. But St. James, thanks for coming, man. I hope to see you in the next one. Are you there, St. James? Oh, it looks like we lost him. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the show. Please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. And whatever your views are, please feel free to leave it in the comment area. It's a discussion. All views are welcome. Please feel free to share your views. But at the end of the day, as you can see, we all know the reasons why there are coups in these countries. Obviously, things are not going right for the regular citizen. So hopefully, things turn out well. Maybe these coups would, help change the mindset of the people. But if not, we know how coups usually turn out. I'm rooting for the people. I hope it doesn't turn out bad. But until next time, I'm your host, Afridamus. I will see you guys on the next one. I'm out. Peace.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Niggas hating like hold up.